you're like me, you really love The Crown. It is a fascinating retelling of famous figures. Obviously, on this show, we explore a lot of royal and what I always like to call royal adjacent people. So people who are essentially royal, but like may not actually have the title. The first episode just recently was on the Kennedys, for instance. They are what I would refer to as royal adjacent. The Crown is fascinating because it fixates on royalty. Not too far into the show, a couple seasons in, they had a very interesting figure show up. And she, for most of the time, was in a nun's outfit. And she kind of skulked about the halls, and before long, she was gone. They sort of glaze over this character. In the show, she's referred to with a little bit of annoyance, a little bit of irritation. Some people seem a little weirded out. Certainly an endearing quality and definitely a bit of love. But they don't really go super into this person. And that person is Prince Philip's mother, Princess Alice of Greece. So I didn't really know a lot about Princess Alice. I had heard all about Margaret. I'd heard all about Queen Elizabeth. I'd heard a lot about Philip. Obviously, everything Charles and forward I was pretty aware of. But I didn't know much about his mother, or for that matter, where he came from. So I started to do some digging. So let's dial it back quite a bit from way before The Crown ever starts. We're going to go into the Victorian age. So we're talking about the 1800s. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert are in power, and they are madly in love with each other. She's a little feisty. He kind of balances her out. She's in charge, but he's very much her right-hand man. The two of them were really interesting in that they actually had desks that would face one another, and they would work pretty much right across from each other, and they would bounce ideas, and they would debate, and they would bicker, but they would always make up, and they were always romantically connected to one another. So much that she very much considered him the absolute love of her life. And he must have been, because she had 9 children with Albert. 9. And those children went on to marry and have other children with princes and princesses all over Europe. So Victoria is very much actually considered like kind of the mother of European royalty, and she very much is, because she literally is the mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, etc. of like pretty much all of the royal families, especially at the time of our story. So one of these kids is this girl named Alice, and Alice is beloved, and she falls in love, and she has her own family. And unfortunately, at the time that she has her own family, while she's still very young, the whole family gets sick. And Alice, who is not the Alice of our story, this is Queen Victoria's daughter, she contracts the illness while she's trying to take care of her family, and unfortunately, she succumbs to this illness. So she dies when her kids are young. Now, one of her children was a woman, was a young girl at the time that she named after her own mother, Victoria. So we've got Queen Victoria, her daughter Alice, who then has her own daughter named Victoria. But now that daughter, because of this unfortunate circumstance, does not have a mom. So Queen Victoria and Albert kind of take in, like, they take care of their descendants quite a bit. And even after Albert passes, Victoria very much is a part of all of these people's lives. So when her daughter passes away, she sees her granddaughter without a mom, and she's like, you know what? I'm your mom now, essentially. So she raises her very much as like essentially unofficially her 10th kid, along with her siblings, but we're going to focus on Victoria. So Victoria is brought up by Queen Victoria. She's brought up very dutiful and very proper, everything you would kind of expect that family to create. And then when she grows up and falls in love, she goes and finds herself a very unusual cat. So the dude that she finds is none other than Prince Louis of Battenberg. Now, he's interesting. So not to detract from Victoria, she was wonderful too, but like this guy led a very odd life. So Louis of Battenberg, before he decides that he wants to get hitched with Queen Victoria's granddaughter, Louis of Battenberg is in the military and he is living his best life. This dude is all over the world, and he's known to be dancing with all of the beautiful women he can find. And he's almost like Romeo and Juliet, where like he falls in love with like every woman he ever meets, including one woman in Jamaica that apparently he fell in love with so hardcore that he thought he was gonna die. Like a little bit dramatic, but a very eccentric dude. A bit on the flamboyant side. He loves to dance. He loves to dress in his regalia. He loves having all of his military medals just shining and gleaming. He's a very dramatic, interesting guy. So much so that he actually has a full chest tattoo of a dragon that went all the way down through his, like, beyond his legs. This is a full body dragon tattoo on a prince of Battenberg in the Victorian era. So the 1800s, like that's just wild, honestly. So this fully tattooed worldly guy who has been sowing his royal oats for as long as he wanted, eventually meets Queen Victoria's granddaughter and is like, that's the one I want. The one who's completely different than me in every conceivable way. I'm gonna marry her. And she feels it too. She's like, this guy is spicy. This is interesting. He won't be boring. I think I'm in love with him too. So it takes some convincing on like, you know, the Victoria, like the Queen Victoria side of things. But the two of them do eventually get married. And they actually balanced each other out really well, kind of like Albert and Victoria did, the original Victoria did. So you've got two polar opposite people of very different walks of life who find a match. And they get along pretty well. They do really well. It doesn't take too long for them to get pregnant. And in 1884, they do just that. And in February 25th, 1885, at Windsor Castle in the tapestry room where she herself was born not too long before that, Princess Victoria gives birth to her first child, Princess Alice, a Hessian princess that was to be raised as an English princess, very much under the sharp gaze of Queen Victoria herself, her great-great-grandmother. And thus starts our second episode of Crowned, Gilded, and Screwed, where we are going to be going into the absolutely batshit crazy, awesome, sometimes very terrifying but brave, bizarre life of Princess Alice of Greece, sometimes known as Princess Andrew, Philip's mother, and Queen Elizabeth's mother-in-law. So early into Princess Alice's life, everything is great. People adore her, they dote on her. She's this beautiful, beautiful little girl, and she's lively, and she's sprightly a little bit, and she's known for having like a very big personality. And the Queen Victoria dotes on her. She officially is the one who is to say when she's asked, what is this girl's name? She will go by Alice. She writes about her in her diary regularly. This kid is christened and she is brought out just on the town. Everybody gets to meet her and everybody just falls in love with the little baby. Who in Queen Victoria's diaries, I actually saw that she capitalizes the B of baby, which was just like an interesting little footnote, but that's how she referred to her. But Alice is off to a great start. And it seems to go pretty well. Like both her parents are absolutely enamored with her. Her father returns, of course, to his military duties, and his mother returns to her duties with her family and very much dotes on her daughter. And during that time, she starts to realize, though, in like maybe the first year, that something's a little bit off with her kid. Seems to be picking up on stuff. She's standing. She seems strong. She seems healthy, but she's not trying to talk. And around the time that a kid normally starts to talk, like between 1 and 2, they expected her to be like trying out some words, and she wasn't. She was also not really responding very much when she was being spoken to. And before long, her mom's like, that's it. I've got to take this kid into the doctor. I need to make sure for myself what is going on with her. And the doctor confirms, unfortunately, that she is congenitally deaf. And what that means is during either her birth or even before her birth, she was deaf, like from the beginning. Probably never really heard very much. And that it would be a permanent thing, and she was just going to be deaf for the rest of her life. And that's a very that's a heart-wrenching thing for a mom to hear, but especially when you're a royal and you were raised by Queen Victoria, where like shit cannot go wrong. It is all about appearances. And Queen Victoria was the absolute OG of your personal PR. Like, she was the first person to ever use photographs to advertise the royal family as this perfect but loving and relatable family. Like, she very much embraced that. And so now by this point, it's off and running. It's an institution. And Victoria, the younger Victoria, who was raised in this and was very much taught all of that, now realizes that her absolutely adorable baby that she loves so much is deaf. And how are we going to handle this? And how is she going to have a good life in, you know, the Victorian era? Like, it's hard enough now to have deafness, but to live with it back then it had to have been so difficult to navigate that. So she's raised by Queen Victoria, though. So it's very much like you're gonna figure it out kind of an attitude. And she does sort of the opposite of what gentle parenting is. And she tells everyone around her, you know what? My kid's smart. She's going to have to figure this out because she's going to have to live this life. And we are not going to coddle her. We are not going to repeat our phrases to her. If she can't figure out what you said, that is her loss. She's going to have to handle it because we are not going to slow things down for her. She will rise up to the challenges that are brought to her. I believe that she can do it. And whether we agree or not with her decision, I certainly understand the decision, especially given the context of how she was brought up, and what she knew her kid was going to have to deal with in life, which is royal life, at royal parties and with diplomats. She knew her kid was going to have to handle that. And she believed in her, and it did work. Before long, Alice was able to speak and lip read in both English and German fluently, which is really quite an accomplishment for a little kid. She then adds French to that mix later on when she's in school, and she becomes fluent in French, German, and English in lip reading and in speaking, and is an absolute sensation. People love her. She becomes very close to Queen Victoria all the way up until her death when Alice was about 16 years old. She attends the funeral. She becomes close with her family the way anybody else would, and she's able to converse with them, which is great. She's especially close with her mom's sister, her Aunt Ella. Now, Aunt Ella was a very spiritual person. She was a beautiful princess herself, and she was married into the Russian monarchy. Keep in mind, this is the late 1800s to early 1900s. She marries into the Russian monarchy. So Alice is very close to them. Again, all of Europe were cousins and siblings and all of that. So this is very normal. Alice is very close to them, and she looks up to Ella quite a bit, along, of course, with her own mother. So when Alice becomes of age, when she's around 17 years old, in 1902, King Edward VII has his coronation, and he is crowned king. And she's Diana-esque at this point. She is renowned for her beauty. And the fact that she's deaf and can converse only makes her more alluring, frankly. And Edward VII himself, at his coronation, stated that Princess Alice would be the most beautiful bride of any European prince. So she shows up to the coronation, very much hoping that she's going to find a guy, kind of like all of the princesses were. And sure enough, she does. She finds and meets the absolutely adorable Prince Andrew of Greece. Prince Andrew is the fourth son of the Greek monarchy, of the king of the Greek monarchy. And he's a bit of a prankster, and he's he's very charismatic. I suspect he probably reminded her a little bit of her dad, who was very much a colorful character. And she herself is a little bit more reserved. And I think that she saw them as a very similar match to what her parents were. That's just my personal opinion, based on everything I've ever read about firsthand accounts regarding their personalities. And he adores her. He thinks she's great. He thinks she's impressive. She's obviously hot. And so they decide that they're going to start to date, court, if you will. And within a year, they do decide that they are getting married. And on October 6th of 1903, They make it official at a civil ceremony, and the next day they have a Lutheran wedding as well as a Greek Orthodox wedding in 2 different churches on the same day. So now it's official for both religions as well as in the civil court. They are married and they are ready to start their family. Now, like her father, Andrew, who the family actually called Andrea, so we're just going to call him Andrea. Like her father, Andrea was in the military. He was obviously for Greece, and that was kind of his career. And she would stay in the palace in Athens, where they moved in 1904, where they shortly thereafter, in the next 2 years, do have 2 young daughters, Marguerite and Theodora. So everything seems like it's going great. She's got her guy. He's doing well in his military career. She's moved to Greece. She's a Greek princess now. She's having children. And despite the fact that this is a new country for her, she's an absolute sensation because the Greeks love her. Which is kind of surprising because the Greeks were not really sure how they felt about their own Greek monarchy. So the reason for this is that for this time period in 1903 to, like the early 1900s, the Greek monarchy really hasn't been around that long. It's only been around actually at this point for 70 years, which isn't that much time for a populace to get used to a new type of government, especially when the royal family is actually from Denmark. So they're not even Greek. They don't look Greek. They don't act Greek. They are from Denmark. They have been planted there as now I'm your king and queen and that's it. Which is a little bit jarring, obviously, for a populace who shares none of the qualities with this royal family, and now they're expected to revere them and shit. But what they do really love is Princess Alice because she's an outsider but owns it. And she is the great-granddaughter of Queen Victoria. So they have a lot of respect for that. And again, she's gorgeous, which never hurts. So she floats in, she's graceful, she's classy, she's from quote unquote real royalty in England, and she is absolutely beloved. And I think that they also kind of really appreciated that she goes out of her way to add a 4th language to her arsenal, and she becomes fluent in Greek, both lip reading and speaking, in almost no time. So she has a thing for languages despite the fact that she cannot hear anything. And that's really remarkable for anybody, but I give her a lot of credit for that, and I think the Greeks did too. They really appreciated that kind of effort. So she's trying to embrace them. She's starting to, she's having children. So now we're starting to perpetuate this monarchy thing. And while it's a bit of a shaky family situation for this monarchy, she's doing the best she can. And for the most part, she's thriving. So she is hit with a bit of a personal tragedy at this point. Her uncle Sergei, who is married to her princess Ella, was kind of controversial in Russia. And the Russians they've been pissed at the monarchy for a while now, and he is unfortunately assassinated. And the way that this is done is somebody plants a bomb in his carriage and he blows up. So obviously a sudden death, obviously absolutely devastating to the family, devastating for Ella specifically, but really affects Alice as well because she loves her aunt so much, and because, it's a royal uprising, and if it could happen there, it could happen in Greece too. And all of the royal families were very much on edge for quite a while, and this did nothing to quell those worries. So in 1905, that happens. Alice is obviously bothered by this, but she is focusing on her own family. She's having other kids. She's trying to do her best in her world the best she can, and she wants to be able to be there for Ella. And that actually does end up happening about 2.5 to 3 years later when one of her cousins gets married in Russia. She flies in for the wedding, sees Ella, talks to her, and instead of seeing a widow embittered by the death of her husband, which would be completely understandable. I mean, I would be just the most bitter bitch in the universe if this happened to me. What she sees is Ella kind of doubling down on an aspect of her personality I kind of covered a couple of minutes ago, which is that Ella's a very spiritual person. Now, Ella, being her aunt, is a direct granddaughter of Queen Victoria. She is the original Alice's daughter. She is raised in the absolute most wealthy family that she could be raised in. She is the ultimate Nepo baby, but she kind of knows it. And she has a bit of self-reflection that is kind of unique for the time, I think. And she looks at it introspectively through her grief and goes, what causes this? What causes people to hate us so much? What is the reason my husband lost his life? Where are we the problem? And she looks around at her obscene wealth and her jewels, and she sees the poverty around her, and she realizes that's probably what it is. So Ella decides, you know what? Fuck that. It's not my fault that I'm royal. It's not my fault I was born into that. But it is under my control what I choose to do with it and what I choose to do with my life. And how am I going to use that privilege to try to make a difference for the better good, instead of just become this embittered, angry person. And so Ella, through this grief, finds this beauty and this strength, and more than anything is humbled. So what she does, and what she's telling Alice at the wedding that she's been doing, is she is establishing an order of nuns that are going to focus on nursing. And that's pretty innovative at this point. She's all excited about it. This is her new project. She's going to establish an order of nursing. She herself is becoming more religious, which to each their own. And it seems to be working for her. And she's like, I'm going to double down. I'm going to find a way to live a more righteous life than what I was living before. And I'm going to try to help the people that are in pain. So she establishes this religious kind of order of nurses. And she also wants to establish a new church. And Alice is eating this up. Alice is like, oh my God, this is amazing. And to top everything else off, Ella is giving away her shit. She literally is taking jewels that she owns and crowns and all these expensive garments and furniture and everything she owns, and she's just giving it away. And she's like, I don't need it. I don't want it. I didn't really earn it. I'm going to give this away. I need a simplified, stripped down, more humble life. This will help me focus on the good work that I can do for the community. So she's establishing a church now, and Alice is enamored. All she's done at this point is just really elevate in her brain where she places Ella in terms of like her hierarchy of what a good person is, which was already pretty damn high. She was her favorite aunt by far. So Alice attends the laying of like the foundational stone of this church and is all for it. She thinks it's great. She's really excited and pumped about this idea. And she also wants to get home to her kids. So her and Andrea go home, where she's just been rejuvenated by this powerful story about her aunt, only to find that shit has hit the fan while they've been gone. So there was a bit of an uprising in Greece, which, I mean, it was kind of headed there anyway. There wasn't a lot they could have done about it. She's just there at the wrong place in the wrong time, which is sort of what we cover on this show. So what ends up happening is the Ottoman Empire and Greece are at each other's throats like pretty much throughout history. And at this point, it's no different. They're pissed at each other again. And it's of course over land. And it's of course over who owns what. And Crete, which is at this point in life, or at this point in history, owned by the Ottoman Empire, has a parliament that wants to unionize with Greece. And the Athens government rejects that declaration, essentially. Everybody gets pissed off, and some disenfranchised Greeks kind of form a militia, and that kind of shoves Andrea out. Like, he is basically taken away from his post. He goes home, starts to hang out with his kids.
So this isn't like a permanent thing, though, at this point, because right around this time is when World War I starts to gear up, and they decide that they kind of need him. So he is brought back in, and he is then sent to the front. Now at this point, keep in mind, Alice is a very capable woman. Her husband is now sent to the front, which, I mean, that is his job, but she doesn't want to just stay there with the kids. She wants to also help, because she's probably at this point been pretty inspired by Aunt Ella. So she decides that she also is going to the front as a nurse. Keep in mind, this is a Windsor Castle born Queen Victoria's great-granddaughter princess. And she decides that instead of staying back in her castle, in amongst a bunch of people that don't really want her there anyway, she's going to leave her young children. At this point, she has a few. They're all girls at this point. She's going to leave her daughters, and she's going to go to the front to try to help out. And she becomes a nurse and actually works hands-on as you can get. There are photographs of her being a nurse. And she really finds a lot of gratitude and fulfillment in helping people, much like Ella does. So but the horrors of war are not lost on her. I suspect it probably helped, honestly, that she couldn't hear the screaming, but she did write to her mom about the pain people were going through, about the blood in the corridors, how overwhelming it was. Like, she's not without being affected quite a bit. So she works at the front as a nurse during World War I, which is, again, pretty wild, definitely brave, and something that's admirable that she does. It was totally optional and she chose to do it. All of this keeps happening, and eventually she ends up back home, and so does her husband, up until 1916, when Athens is bombed. And she's there with her kids, and she actually had to hide in a cellar during said bombing. So in 1917, her and her family are officially exiled, and they, on top of that, her Aunt Ella, who at this point, remember, has been very religious and very charitable and very much trying to do her best to create a better world, she is captured by the Bolsheviks, and she and a couple of others are put down into a mine shaft, and unfortunately, they are covered in stones, and then they are blown up. So Ella is murdered by the Bolsheviks now. And on top of that, Alice, who has been at the front already dealing with all of the stuff that happens when you see war firsthand, Alice is now exiled with her family. They run off and they start to feel the pressures of exile. So that exile does not last forever. In 1920, they do return, and they mostly hang out in Corfu, to be honest. And it's around that time in 1921 that Prince Philip is actually born. And he's born on the kitchen table, which is kind of interesting, like the dining room table where they all ate. That's where she has her son. But the problem is, even though they're back, the family is still in hot water. Like, they're still not really welcomed. And this return is kind of short-lived, and it isn't long until her husband is now tried for treason, mostly because of, like, the fact that the Greeks were pissed about how everything landed after World War I. But he's tried for treason, found guilty, and given a death sentence. However, in a backdoors deal, like behind closed doors deal with King George V, he is rescued at the last minute. And it's because a show of ships shows up. And that show of, like, force and support is the reason that Andrea and Alice and her kids are all able to flee. Now, they do luck out a little bit because, fortunately, their sister-in-law on Andrea's side is Maria Bonaparte, and she is very wealthy. She's also a psychoanalyst, which is pretty deep. So she's a princess, she's wealthy, and she's a psychoanalyst, and she has a house available just outside of Paris. So that is where the family flees to, and that's where they start to live out their life. At this point, though, Alice starts to really feel the pressures of all of the shit she's gone through. So now she's lost Ella, in a very violent way. Her husband was almost murdered for high treason. She has little kids. She has a brand new baby boy. And her daughters are like, they're getting up there in age, but they're still, they're still kids. She has a brand new baby boy. She's deaf, and it's starting to mess with her being at bigger gatherings because she can't keep track of what everybody's saying. See, it used to be that she could be a little bit more one-on-one, but now in Exile in Paris, families' functions are a lot bigger, and she wouldn't know at a dinner table like what people were saying, and it starts to kind of mess with her head a little bit. And she starts to believe, unfortunately, that they were all laughing at her if something was funny and she didn't catch it. You know, I think more than anything, that paranoia had less to do with being deaf. It might have been triggered by that circumstance, but without being able to diagnose her, it was probably some form of PTSD from everything she had just gone through. Multiple times having to leave Greece, her husband almost dying, her aunt dying, the hell she saw in World War I at the front that she was not prepped for because she was not trained for this. She just, you know, she did her best. And it was at a time where nobody was really diagnosing that. And I think we have to look in on what is about to happen to Alice with a bit of an empathetic gaze because of all of this, because she starts to fucking lose it. Basically, she more or less in the 20s begins to have an absolute nervous breakdown. And that's where shit gets wild. So at this point in 1928, she begins to snap, and she converts from Lutheran to Greek Orthodox, which, like, at this point, she's been a Greek princess for, you know, the better part of almost 3 decades. It's kind of understandable that she would do this, you know, if we're fair. But clinical studies have also shown that a dramatic shift in your religious affiliation sometimes does come as like an early onset to like psychological stuff. And it's a common thing to happen when someone is about to sort of go over the edge. She also, for a very brief period of time, actually kind of reverts into this other manic position mentally where she starts to actually acquire a lot. She starts to buy more jewelry. She starts to, like, she kind of goes in the reverse of what she's always been, and she starts to be very materialistic, which is not normal for Alice. Alice revered her aunt. She believed in being humble, and now suddenly she's buying stuff. And she's buying stuff, again, as sort of like a manic response to all the shit that's going on around her. And some of those things in 1929 turn out to be like spiritual and psychic books. Like, she would go and find like rare psychic books and buy them, and she would begin to tell people that she had healing hands, which, okay, not the worst, you know. A lot of people feel that they are natural healers. It's, you know, who's to say she didn't? Trying to be as graceful as I can about this. But she begins to believe that she has healing hands. And her family is going, she never said this shit before, but okay. Healing hands, fine. She's got all these spiritual books. She's always been spiritual. Not the biggest red flag. She's buying a lot of shit. Unusual for her, but she's a little stressed out, so maybe that's it. Then she does this weird thing where she starts to sit down on the floor and lay on the floor because she wanted to fully receive like the celestial messages she believes she's hearing in her head. She also stops. It's never officially said this way. Andrea starts to complain that she's not like fulfilling her domestic duties, but like there are some interpretations of that basically are saying she's probably not sleeping with him anymore. Which I understand him being upset about. Obviously, it's your spouse. You would like to share your marital bed with your spouse. She believes she's sharing her marital bed, though. In her head, she is. In her head, she's having a lot of sex with her new husband, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. She believes she's fucking Jesus. Literally. She starts to describe sexual interactions she believes she's happening with the Lord Jesus Christ as his official wife. This is where people start to have a bit of a problem with it. First of all, her husband is like, no, I'm your husband. You have 5 kids with me. What the fuck are you talking about? That you're having sex with Christ? No, you're not. What is going on? She starts to like hear voices in her head, and she believes it's God. So now let's look into who's around her at this point, because they're in Paris. So Princess Bonaparte, who again is a psychoanalyst, starts to suggest that maybe Alice get some help. And Alice's mother is also like, yeah, I don't know that this is great. She actually goes on record to say that she believes her daughter has anemia of the brain, which is harsh, but like, I mean, it is kind of an old-timey way of trying to understand what the hell's going on, because your kid thinks she's fucking Jesus. We can't be light about this. That's a thing. And that's maybe a thing that should be discussed. So, at one point, Alice decides that she's going to go to the French Riviera and spend Christmas alone. She comes back, no better, honestly. Still fucking Jesus, still has healing hands, still sitting on the floor so she can receive messages. Now she's telling everybody that she knows the suitable husbands for her daughters because the Lord sent her messages and visions, I assume in between sex. And at this point, people are like, no, we can't be doing this. Like, this is not, we're under enough stress right now. Like, we cannot deal with you. Like, this needs to be handled. So Bonaparte is like, I'm friends with Freud. Freud, obviously the father of psychoanalysis, makes some really goddamn bizarre recommendations for him. And I say that knowing full well that his normal recommendations were pretty off the wall. He was pretty much just throwing shit at a wall and hoping something sticked. Like, it's not like he was basing a lot of this on, like, I don't know, science. Like, a lot of it was just kind of shit he was hoping would work. A lot of guesswork in Freud's stuff. But Bonaparte and Freud are like, yeah, let's, like, maybe get her to a clinic. Let's talk about things. Now, the problem is therapy doesn't really work if the person getting therapy doesn't think they need therapy. And she thinks she's the correct one, and she doesn't see a problem. It's her mom and her husband and everybody else in her life that is like, no, you need to talk to somebody. This is weird. But she thinks everything's fine. So obviously it wasn't like therapy wasn't gonna work really well with her for a while because she thought she was fine. And she was like, I don't understand the problem here. I'm the chosen wife of Jesus Christ. You guys are the problem, not me. So you can't really have a conversation with somebody who's acting this way. Nonetheless, they try. And she goes through some pretty bizarre treatments. Now, there is no clear indication that she was consulted about this or that she signed off on it, because again, she doesn't really think anything's wrong. But basically, counter to most of the things that Freud, who was into psychoanalysis, normally would say, he actually recommended that her ovaries be subjected to severe amounts of x-rays, like concentrated x-rays. More or less to, people used to do that so that it would like encourage menopause, which is a bizarre thing to want for somebody because back then they were like, menopause causes depression. So they were thinking like, they more or less were thinking about either spurring on menopause or that it would rejuvenate her ovaries. And at some point, they started to believe that it was because she had some sort of real romantic connection with an Englishman at one point that was never consummated, and that repression was the reason she was starting to snap. Because, you know, it couldn't possibly have been all of the shit she had just gone through. It had to clearly be a woman problem, like a ovaries issue. So to explain why Freud would come to this conclusion, along with like a lot of the doctors he hung out with, Freud didn't believe that psychoanalysis worked on everybody. And in her case, he didn't believe that it was going to help. He also was kind of part of this movement that believed in the rejuvenation of pretty much everybody's genitals. He himself actually had some work done. These would vary quite a bit. Sometimes it was castration. Sometimes it was the, how do I put this delicately? Sometimes it was the transplanting of the gonads of one person or animal into another person. Sometimes that was the suggested cure for homosexuality, which is obviously fucking horrible, but what they were thinking at the time. Just as a disclaimer, very much not okay with that. Very much a pro-LGBTQ channel, just going forward. But that did happen historically, and Freud had shit done to himself, and he would actually get, like, injected with stuff pretty regularly into his 70s so he could rejuvenate that. So it's not like this was the kind of thing that Freud only did to Alice. Like, he believed that this was actually, like, gonna help people. No medical indication that it ever did anything for anyone other than totally castrate and humiliate people. She was put through that. She was subjected to that. She very much hated it. And she checks herself the fuck out. And she's like, no, I don't need to be here. This is stupid. So she checks out. And that does not last long. Her mom is like, no, you're still crazy. I need you to go back into this institution. If you're going to check yourself out and you're still hearing things, then we need to take a more severe approach. So what her mother, Victoria, does is she takes Philip on a picnic when he's a little kid. This is a month after his mother checks herself out of, the clinic. She takes him on a picnic, and Alice is drugged with an orange. Men in white coats come, they pick her up, drugged out of her mind, out cold, and the next thing she knows, she's taken to Balmore Asylum. And now she's basically a prisoner. So just to recap, this girl goes from born at Windsor Castle, one of the great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria, married to a Greek prince, nurse at the front, like celebrated throughout Europe, celebrated in Greece, to exiled, to thinking she's fucking Jesus, literally, to now being a prisoner in an insane asylum. Quite the shift. Obviously she's pissed about this, and she actually tries to break the fuck out. Like, she does not go down without a fight. This woman is in her 40s. She's completely deaf. She's pissed. She wants to go home. She does not want to be here. And so she climbs out through the window of an asylum in the 30s in unrest Europe, almost in World War II ass Europe. She climbs out the window of an asylum, runs through the woods, probably just for visualization in some sort of a hospital gown, runs and almost makes it to the train station before they capture her ass and drag her back. Fucking what? So she escapes an insane asylum and then ends up back there all over again. They've got to deal with her again, and now she's pissed. But she also has to stay. And while she went through hell in this asylum, as everybody did who went to an asylum, she does start to deal with her shit. Now, in the meantime, Andrea has, had enough. He's just done. He's been with her for a long time. He stuck it out as long as he felt he could. And he was like, you know what? Bitch thinks she's fucking Jesus. She won't have sex with me. She thinks she's having sex with the Lord. I've got other shit to do. I'm out. I can't deal with this. I've been through my own stress too. I've been around for this all this time. Now she's in an insane asylum. I'm done. The marriage is over. We are legally married, but I'm out. I gotta go live my life, man. I can't deal with this. Cruel, yeah, but I also kind of understand this point. I mean, I don't believe, you shouldn't abandon your spouse. You shouldn't, if they're going through a mental breakdown, obviously, but people didn't know shit back then. And also, he does have to live his life, and she thinks she's having sex and is already married to Jesus. What is this guy gonna be able to do at this point? She can't be reasoned with. So whether you agree with him or not, Andrea basically cuts out. He ends up hanging out in the French Riviera with some mistresses, and he just nopes out of everything. The daughters are now older. They all marry, for the most part, all of them marry German princes. in 1930s Germany. But again, shit hasn't happened yet. Like, it's normal to marry in all these different countries. They were married off to German princes while she's in the asylum, which means no, she does not get to go to her daughter's weddings, any of them, none of them, which just destroys her, honestly. Like, she's already got enough of her own shit going on, and now she's got the guilt of that. And, you know, her son Philip is just fucking everywhere. So he gets like the raw end of the stick in this. Philip is kind of bounced around to all of these different houses, and he goes to boarding schools, but then like he never knows where he's gonna stay for like the holidays, because Andrea, while understandably pretty pissed at his wife, apparently just totally gives up on his son. And that, for me, like, as an adult, like, I can look at that and be like, dude, you could have kept your kid, though. Like, you could have been there for your son, who was there when mommy was taken away. Like, he was on a picnic, but he was basically there. And he's a little boy, and no one's at home. His sisters are all married off, but now it's German. It's like, you know, Nazi-occupied Germany soon. So now he can't even really hang out with them. And now you're just gonna fuck off in the French Riviera and not hang out with your son, not be there for him, not raise him or anything like that. Shitty, right? Like, poor form on Andrea's part. That's where he completely loses me. Fortunately for Philip, Alice had a little brother, Louis Mountbatten, who takes him under his wing and very much, for good or for bad, becomes like his surrogate father from then on out. But that's through necessity, and it's a good thing that he had somebody, because, you know, a kid needs somebody. And mommy's obviously dealing with her own stuff, and dad's fucking bitches in France, so apparently he's just done. And that's, by the way, pretty much all we hear about when it comes to Andrea. His story almost certainly ends there. He dies in 1944, and he's just done. So Alice, snapping back to the center of the story, Alice is handling her shit, though. She stops believing that she's fucking Jesus. She calms down the spirituality. She kind of comes back to earth a little bit. And 2 years in, she's messaging her mom. She's writing her mom. She's writing her mom, and she's like, let me come home. Just let me get out of here. I need to get out of here. This is crazy. I'm miserable. I'm working on it. I admit I obviously lost it a bit. It is time for me to get out. And Victoria loves her daughter, and so she's like, you know what? As long as you can, like, return to reality with the rest of us, yes, I will release you. So she does actually get released 2 years after she is whisked away. Unfortunately, she finds out after she's released who was behind her capture in the first place. Not only is it not the doctors like she had spent 2 years believing it was, it's her family, and not just her family, it's her mom. And like, your mom doing that, I understand Victoria's position. I probably would have tried to get my kid help too. Because, you know, it's still your kid, even though it's a 40-year-old lady. Like, the poor woman didn't know what to do with her anymore. Like, she had to be reasoned with. It was getting to be a bit much. But Alice feels completely betrayed. And she never really forgives her mom. Like, and on Alice's position, I can understand that, because she was taken beyond her will. She checked herself out when they tried to make it optional, but she was also drugged and carried off by men in white coats, literally. So, and also twice because of the escape thing. So now Alice is absolutely done with everybody's shit. She is like, fuck these bitches, I'm out. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to deal with my husband. I don't want to deal with anybody else. I wasn't able to go to my daughter's wedding. My son is who knows where, hanging out with my brother. No one needs me, apparently, because they just were fine with letting me rot away in an insane asylum. Fine. You guys don't want me? I don't want you. And she just lives life as a nomad for several years. She just wanders around to, like, hostels and just boarding houses, and just kind of lives just this kind of listless existence. Pissed. I mean, and validly so. I think a little bit of the nomad thing was probably because she was trapped for 2 years. You know, she lost 2 years of her life. But the other part of it is just she doesn't want to go back to royal life. She doesn't feel wanted and she doesn't want to see them anymore. She's done with their shit. And also is kind of not raising her kid. Like, she wanted a relationship with Philip, but he was off living his life at that point, and she didn't really feel like she had much of a purpose. But she very much missed her family, and she occasionally would write her mother, but the relationship was not going to repair. Until another tragedy strikes. Her youngest daughter, Cecile. So Cecile, while pregnant with her child, 8 months pregnant, is on a plane in the mist and fog and with her family, and they crash into something because they cannot see anything in the fog. And she plummets to the earth. Everybody in the plane dies. She actually apparently gives birth during the crash, and everyone perishes, including the baby. Like, it is awful. And the funeral is held in Nazi Germany, obviously, because that's where they all live. Philip goes to the funeral. Andrea actually goes to the funeral, and Alice finally comes out of the woodwork and is like, fuck, my kid just died. My grandchildren are gone. I missed all of that time. So she does reunite with her family at the funeral in Germany. And from then on out, she kind of comes back. Obviously with quite a bit of grief, a little bit of perspective. She wants a relationship with her family again, and she returns to Athens. At this point, she kind of has this delusional, not like literally delusional, but she kind of has this wishful thinking moment where she gets a flat in Athens and like writes excitedly to Philip, who at this point is like, you know, he's a young adult dude, about to have a military career because Mountbatten set it up for him because he's been raising the kid. And she writes to Philip saying that she's so excited for them to live together. And as much as Philip would have loved to be with his mother, he had a life to lead. And it was like, hang out in Athens where his family's been run out 1,000 fucking times, or go live his life as a military officer, as his grandfathers did and his great-grandfathers, again with the tattoo. All of those guys were in the military. So Philip's like, you know what? This is a better option for me. My uncle, Louis Mountbatten, he was in the military. Like, he set this up for me. I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to go live my life. I can't just be in a flat with my mom in Athens. Like, unfortunately, the time has passed. And she was upset about it. I think she really was looking forward to like sort of making up for lost time, but she kind of also understood. So Philip runs off and joins the military, and he starts to live out his life. She stays in Athens, and around this time is when World War II hits. So at the onset of World War II, this is where Alice really begins to like step into her new section of her life, which is absolute service. So to recap, we have her life in as an English princess, and then we have her, which is couldn't be more royal. And then we have her life with her husband, which is obviously for the most part a very loving marriage up until the end, but is a very rocky situation because of the political atmosphere. Her life as a mother is impacted by that. Then we have her, we're going to call it marriage with Jesus, her insane asylum days, her escape from an insane asylum, then her recovery phase, which took a lot of effort, and then after that, just this period of roaming around aimlessly like a nomad. Now we have World War II Alice, and World War II Alice is of a different ilk. So she decides, while everybody else is fleeing Athens, at this point, she's done running from Athens. She's done not being here anymore. She's a Greek princess, goddammit. She doesn't care what Andrea's up to. She's staying in Athens. And she's going to help the people, very much the way Ella would have loved. So in Athens, there is severe poverty at this point. The war is just wrecking them. They barely recuperated from World War I in the first place. Now, in World War II, there's starvation everywhere. And despite a lack of supplies, Alice manages to effectively establish one of the most successful soup kitchens in all of Europe at the time, which is really admirable and a testament, frankly, to her organizational skills and her dedication to the work. So she's feeding the poor. She's also sneaky as shit. And this is where this girl fucking shines. So she's got a sister in Sweden. He's married to a Swedish prince. So what she decides to do is she decides to fly to Sweden to go visit her sister, but secretly is bringing back supplies to Greece, like under the guise of visiting her sister, which is really badass and very clever. She also gets even sneakier. So she was friends with the Cohen family, which is a Jewish family in Greece. And the Cohen family, like a lot of Jewish people in Greece, is being run out. They're being, frankly, snapped by the Nazis and taken away. And so Alice sees them on the street and she ushers them into her apartment, like right as they're going to be captured pretty soon. Like she knows their time is running out. She snatches them up and hides them in her little flat in Athens and just keeps them there away from Nazi gaze for the war. And at one point, she gets questioned by German officers. And now at this point, it's in the 40s. She's getting up there in age. She looks like a little old lady now. And at this point, she's starting to learn to play people a little bit better. So these German officers who don't know her from Eve, really, like they know who she is, but they don't know her. They come up to her and they start to ask her questions. And Alice plays dumb. She plays up the deaf thing and pretends to not be able to understand a word that they said because she can't hear anything. She doesn't know what their questions are. She completely pretends that she doesn't understand a word. To review, this girl has been in German fluent since she was a baby, like since she learned to talk. That's one of her 2 native languages that she learned simultaneous to each other when she was a little kid. And her mom was like, you're going to have to sink or swim and that's it. That's one of the first 2 languages this girl ever learned. And she's looking dead ass at these German officers, just completely pretending that she just doesn't know what they're saying. And they believe her and they leave. And so she's able to play dumb and basically make an ass out of the Nazi officers and save the Cohen family's lives. And it works, which is just fucking so cool. So she's the only reason that family survives the war, is that she just hides them out while she's got a soup kitchen, while she's jetting off to Sweden to pretend to visit her sister. Well, we might actually say hi to her sister, but jetting off to Sweden, grabbing supplies and smuggling them in, and all of that stuff. She's also playing dumb to these German officers. At one point, she does actually communicate with a German officer, and he asks her if there's anything he can do for her, and she basically says, you guys can get out of my country. Like, just the balls on this woman. Really have to respect it. But again, she's always been brave. Like, she may have gone through her moment, which honestly, considering everything, understandable. She's always been brave. This has always been a bad bitch. This is a girl who in her own way fought at the front line as a nurse, like fought, in her own capacity. This is a woman who has faced exile multiple times. She faced the possible execution of her husband. She fucking went to an insane asylum. She's been subjected to a bunch of shit on her ovaries because Freud thought he knew something. And again, was wrong. She deals with all of this. She sneaks out of an insane asylum. This has never been a wilting flower of a human being. This has always been a woman made of just steel. And it really comes through during the occupation of Nazi Germany, of Athens during World War II. So eventually, obviously, Athens is liberated. Everybody's happy, to go back to normal, essentially. I'm obviously glossing. That takes a lot longer. But she decides that she wants to stay. Now, in 1947, she is met with some wonderful news. Her beloved Philip has fallen in love. And he didn't just fall in love. He fell in love with, the woman to fall in love with. the adorable Princess Elizabeth, who is next in line to the throne of England. So now her son, who's like not had a home most of his life, is gonna be the spouse of the Queen of England. And she's overjoyed. She's overjoyed for many reasons. First of all, it brings her family full circle back to Windsor Castle, which is where she's from. And there is something very touching about that, because that's part of like her upbringing and her childhood. And it also brings her family back together. Yes, by the way, that does mean Philip and Elizabeth are cousins, but we're just gonna, as we always do with these stories, we're just gonna pretend that that's not a thing. Because you don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. It's just best that we don't. We all know it's true. So we're not going to get into it. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend it's not a thing. So they are married. They're getting married. And Alice is like, you know what? I didn't get to go to my other kids' weddings. That was bullshit. And now Andrea's not around anymore, so fuck him. I'm showing up. So she does. She shows up in this beautiful purple silk outfit, and she looks every bit the princess she always was. And she's so overjoyed that her son has found love, which he did for all of his shit. He did love Elizabeth. She's so excited for her son and so proud of her son that she actually goes into her old reserve of tiaras from when she was younger and an English princess, which apparently are just sitting somewhere in like a vault or something. She goes in and gets one of her tiaras out, and she gives it to Philip, and she tells him, select the best stone out of this to make her ring. Because she wants to be a part of it. She doesn't own anything anymore. She's been giving everything up. She's not, she's a princess, but she's not living a princess life. She doesn't have much, but she does have tiaras that she doesn't touch. And she knows that this can be her gift to her new daughter-in-law, because she wants a family still. She still wants to be in the fold again, and she wants to be able to provide something. And so as a very touching gesture, she takes one of the tiaras of her youth and she gives it to her son, so that he, who doesn't have very much, has something to give his bride that's fitting of an English queen. And that is actually, he does select a beautiful stone, and he does make Elizabeth's engagement ring, which is fabulous. Very much a mother-in-law's move. That's a very queenly, princessly mother-in-law move for a woman who has not been living like a princess. Very classy. She shows up, she's there, she's so overjoyed, she's happy to see him, but she's also ready to get the fuck out, because she really doesn't want this life. She just knows that this is going to be her son's life, and she doesn't want to be kept from that. So she gets back to Athens in very short order, where she continues to try her best at being the type of person I think that Ella would have been proud of, and I think she really succeeds at this point. She does maintain a good relationship with Philip from then on out for the most part. When he has Prince Charles with Elizabeth, Alice is very much a part of the family. She wants to know her grandchild. She was kept from everybody else because of World War II and all of the things that they went through. This is her opportunity to be close to somebody that she can call family. So she is very overjoyed to be a grandma, and she does participate, but she's not in court anymore. What she does instead is goes and lives her own life, which is kind of what she's the best at. And she decides to kind of dial it back to what Ella was trying to do originally all those years ago. And she starts to establish a nun's order. Now, she never officially takes to the cloth, she doesn't actually do the vows, but she lives that life. But she didn't want the shut away, cloistered life for these nuns. She wanted them to be active members of the community helping the poor. And she herself gets her hands dirty, as she always has whenever she has the opportunity, and she helps people too. She also establishes an orphanage so that she can help young orphans from the war. And that's really where her life's work begins. And so she takes all of the hardship that she went through, all of the stuff that she went through specifically because she was a royal, frankly, and she turns it into strength, and she turns it into something incredible. While she's doing this, Elizabeth loses her father. So that means, while yes, they're grieving, she's now going to be queen. So during her coronation, this is kind of crazy. During her coronation, a lot of debate is up in the air on how they're going to go about it. And Philip is kind of disenfranchised in his own marriage now because, like, he has to give up his military career. He has to give up flying planes. Like, the crown kind of covers it, but in real life, like, it's just as bad, if not worse. Like, he has a difficult time adjusting to real royal life because he never really was, like, brought up royal, you know? Like, he was always in and out of houses and stuff. So now he doesn't really feel like he has a purpose. So Elizabeth, to give him, like, a little job, puts him more or less in charge of the coronation. And even then, like, him and the Queen Mother butt heads, and it's this whole thing. There's a lot of drama about what he's going to be able to actually participate in. The one thing he actually does win on, though, is that this is going to be the first televised coronation in all of history. The coronation is considered a very spiritual experience, and it was very, very controversial to invite cameras and therefore the public into this mystery. And the old guard didn't really love it. The Queen Mother hated the idea, and Princess Elizabeth wasn't sure where she was at, but she also, like, wanted to give him a W. You know, like, he'd been taking L's for a while, so he does get his way, and thank God he does, because we are faced with the best footage of, like, this batty old lady who turns up. Keep in mind, a few years before this, she was in a silk purple dress and had one of her tiaras taken apart to be a ring on this woman's, the queen's finger. Now she's showing up for the coronation, and we have footage of it. And she's walking sullenly in a nun's outfit, in the habit. Again, she's a princess. She's the mother of the prince. And she shows up as a straight up gray nun. Kind of. She's still a princess, and she's still who she used to be. So while yes, it is a nun's outfit, it's actually couture, designed by the house Balmain. Like, so it's like couture nun, but it's a nun's outfit, designed specifically for her from one of the biggest fashion houses at the time. Just you know, why pick one side when your grass can always be green? So she shows up with no warning, as now she's a nun, and Philip's like, what is this shit? This mother of his that's just been all over the damn place shows up in a nun's habit and solemnly walks as this, like, otherworldly being down the chapel and attends. And it's a very strange moment for everybody, but that's who she is now, and the hell if she's gonna let anybody tell her who she's supposed to be at this point. She is there to be representative, supportive, attendant, and to make a point. And she does, in couture, which, I don't know, I kind of love. So, she returns back to Greece. Now, this pisses Philip off a little bit, because he very much wants his mom to just live in the castle with him. He's like, would you just get out of Athens? Like, get out. Why are you still there? I get that you've got work to do. You've done a lot of amazing work. Come live with us, though. Like, I need to be able to make sure, I need my eyes on you at this point. I'll never know what you're up to. And it's just maybe for the best that we just have maybe that quality time. She fights him tooth and nail. And for the most part, for most of her life, going forward, she kind of wins. Like, for a decent amount of time, she still gets to be in Athens. Until it becomes so ungodly unsafe for her that Philip finally takes the plane, shows up, and is like, you're done. Like, let's go. We gotta go. You're getting older. You can't live here anymore. It is not safe for you. You've done amazing work. I know you hate this. You've got to come home. Like, we've got to come live with us. Like, it's not even your choice anymore. So Alice finally begrudgingly comes with him. And she lives out the last 2 years of her life in Windsor Castle, where she began it. Only now the only things that she owns are, like, 3 dressing gowns and a nun's habit, and she just, like, wanders the halls smoking cigarettes in Windsor Castle, just being a bizarre haunting fixture around the corners. And apparently the only way that you would know she was coming is you could smell her cigarette smoke, like, down the hall. And that's how you knew she was pitter-pattering away. Finally, in the 1960s, Alice does actually pass away. She does so quietly in her sleep. She was a part of her family's life after all. And all that she possessed anymore were 3 dressing gowns that were given actually to the nurses that looked after her. And she leaves behind this incredible legacy. Fun footnote, actually, it wasn't the last weird thing she had up her sleeve, though. Like, poor Philip, honestly. Never knew what his mother was up to next and kind of made that point of, like, I need to fucking know what you're up to. Well, she found a way to surprise him anyway, because in her final wishes, she asked to be interred at the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, which is not easy to do. So for a little while, but like that's her final wishes, and like this is his mom. So for a long time, that doesn't happen. Until the late 90s, early 2000s, when Philip finally is able to actually get it done. Like the royal house of England brokers this deal, and based on the work she did rescuing the Cohens, as well as like funding this orphanage and, you know, everything that all the good she did, she was actually finally granted entrance. And that's where she's buried now. He transported her, she took her remains and flew them out, and that's where she is. She's in Jerusalem. Through a lot of efforts, he was able to finally make that happen for her. And he was able to plant a tree in her honor. And that is the end of the story of the wildly unpredictable, insanely brave, sometimes batshit, but very, very cool, beautiful Princess Alice of Greece. Thank you for watching. If you really enjoyed this, as I hope you did, please like and subscribe, and I will see you next time.
One of my favorite places that I've ever visited in my life is Peru. It is a diverse culture. It has incredible food, and it was one of the most adventurous trips of my life. A bunch of my friends and I went there for about 2 weeks last year, and I couldn't recommend it more. It starts off in the rainforest, where we were in huts on the river. And then by the end of the trip, we were way up top in the mountains of Machu Picchu and Cusco. We had a blast. We were fishing for piranhas, and then we went and did the sand dune thing, like in Star Wars, where you're riding on like the board into an oasis and you're whipping around on dune buggies. And if you get the chance to go, I highly recommend it. But one thing about Peru that you can't escape is just how ancient this place is. You know, in the US, we've got this thing where we tear things down after 50 years, and it's kind of a tired thing now, right? Like the oldest history we have is, you know, a couple hundred years, and it's still very old, and there's so much there. But now imagine a civilization that has been around in various forms for thousands of years. And that means that they have been influenced by all different cultures, and they've gone through all different iterations as a civilization would, and frankly, as we kind of are now. And when you're walking through streets like that, and you're meeting the people, and you're touching their fabrics, and you're learning about them, you really get a sense of just how rich that history has to be to just grow up in it. And my travel agent, who's also a good girlfriend of mine, was on the trip, and she actually grew up in Peru. She set the whole thing up because those were her old stomping grounds. And we got to talking when we were walking through some Incan ruins about that history and what caused such an incredible dynasty to collapse. And the answer is actually one of the most unlucky stories I've ever heard of a royal. So with that said, welcome back to another episode of Crowned, Gilded, and Screwed. My name is Cara May Adamo, and today we are going to be discussing Atahualpa, the last Incan emperor. So to start off, before we get into Atahualpa and what caused his ultimate demise and why I consider him one of the least lucky royals and therefore perfect for this show, we're going to get into kind of the beginning of the Incas and what their civilization was like. There is a lot in this particular story that is very word of mouth. Part of that is the Incas themselves did not actually have written language at the time of our tale. They were more about qualitative data or quantitative data over qualitative data. So they did have a set of data entry techniques called quipu, which is a series of knots. And those knots in various degrees could mean any number of things. Usually it was to keep track of numbers of items. So like basically, you know, how many cattle that they had or what the dates were, or it was an intricate system. Like I don't even personally understand all of it, but we will actually link out a video that explains it if you are interested. But these knots in various degrees would correspond with other knots, and it was a very intricate language, but it was more or less to just document numerical things. So qualitative stories were more of an oral thing. People would tell them and then they would pass them down word of mouth, which is kind of how a lot of history was for a very long time throughout the world. But at the time of our story, that is still the case with the Incas. So they don't have written stories for this. What we do have is their side of things, often through nowadays documentary filmmakers and historians and archaeologists, but also through the European side of the story, which is mostly from the Spanish point of view. So everything that we are going to be discussing today is kind of a hybrid of those two stories. And I want to point out how they veer off, because there are points in the story where the perspectives differ dramatically. And I think it's an interesting study in revisionist history versus what the established curriculum might be. You know, there is the old saying that history is told by the victors, and it's very true. So we're going to kind of highlight that. All of that said, we're actually beginning farther back, way before the Spanish showed up and started telling things the way that they perceived them, into about 1230 AD. And at this time is where, like, basically the formation of what was considered the Incas begins. It's one rooted in legend. There is a bit of mysticism involved. Basically, there are two main stories, but they're kind of similar. So they both center around the idea that there were three caves. And those three caves were significant because out of one of them emerged Manco Capac. And Manco Capac in Incan lore is considered the son of Inti, which was the sun god, and of the moon goddess. So he's literally a celestial being on earth. He is a deity himself, and he comes with this golden staff. And he sets out and he says, I am going to guide you to what will be your new capital. And that is the beginning of the story. So he sets out and he goes up to what is now Cusco, which is actually above Machu Picchu. To get to Machu Picchu from Cusco, you actually traveled down, which I thought was kind of surprising when I was there. So Cusco's way high up in the mountains in what is currently present-day Peru. And he sets his golden staff down and he announces, this will be your home now. And very Moses in a way, there always seems to be a dude with a staff, and that's how like a civilization starts. I don't know. But he sets his golden staff down and everyone decides, okay, he's our leader, he's our king, he's our god, literally. And that was where they built a sun temple. And from then on, his lineage was considered like a godly lineage, and they ruled the Inca Empire. That is where the story begins. And then 300 years later, they are still considered actual descendants from the sun god and the moon goddess, and they have presided over the Inca territory. At the start of our story, we have Huayna Capac. Huayna Capac is an Incan ruler. He is incredibly successful. This is what is considered to be like the height of like the empire's just success, basically. And it spans a huge ass part of South America. It covers Bolivia, it covers Ecuador, it covers Peru, it covers parts of Colombia, Chile is part of it. You could almost consider them like the Romans of South America. And like the Romans of South America, as they would conquer lands, they would just bring you into the fold and just you would fall in line and then you would push on forward. And while this was successful, what it also amounted to was a lot of people didn't really have a ton of loyalty towards them. They just kind of went, all right, I guess you're the ruler now. But they didn't, I wouldn't say that it was like a lot of like personal loyalty. It was just sort of like you had to. And that actually does very much play in later. But for Huayna Capac, he's very successful. He has a number of wives, a number of concubines, and he has children with all of them. It is not a monogamous culture. It was very common to have a bunch of wives and mistresses. And the thing about the Incas that is dramatically different from European civilizations is that for the Incas, there wasn't really an illegitimate son. And your lineage is not passed down to your eldest son either. It is whoever you decide should be king once you pass. Also important about this, currency wasn't similar to European currency. So they had currency and they had taxes, but the taxes were a labor tax. So like, for instance, instead of paying a tithe to the king, what they would instead do is they would have a labor tax recorded by those knots of you donate a certain amount of your time to building these roads or to basically creating the infrastructure of this massive kingdom, which is pretty brilliant. That was expected of absolutely every family, I'm sure, other than nobles, of which there were many. It is important to know that the Incas were actually a ruling class in this land. It was like the ruling class and the nobility and the king. Those were the Incas, so there would be about 40,000 of those. And then they presided over 10 million other people. So we collectively refer to them as the Incas, but at the time it was actually a difference in classes. So the Incas themselves kept track of everybody else, and they did have a wealthy, wealthy country by European standards especially. They had rooms full of gold. The actual Incan emperor himself would walk in silver sandals. They valued precious metals and jewels, but they didn't value them as currency. They valued them as more of an aesthetic thing. Like they were really into accessories, but that was pretty much what they used it for, and also for offerings because gold looked like the sun, etc. But it was not revered or treasured quite as much as it would have been throughout the rest of the world because they just had a different currency system. So they have a ton of gold. It is a very mineral-rich area, and they mined it for what they wanted. But they didn't really use it, again, to exchange for like the exchange of goods. But here's the thing. While these emperors were very wealthy, they also didn't believe in like inherited wealth. So a new emperor did not just take his father's wealth. His father often was buried with his wealth, or it was just pushed to the side, and then he would then be responsible for making his own money. So that's part of the reason for why they expanded throughout all of Central America, is that like the only way to really acquire anything, land and labor, which were their major commodities other than food and crops. They were also a farming community. But in order to acquire more of that and to therefore bolster that monarchy, you would have to basically start from scratch. So you would have to push into other territories because your dad's shit is not yours, which I actually kind of jive with because it makes it so that your kid has to like pave their own way, literally. So Huayna Capac does this. He's not given his father's wealth. He is given his father's title and power, but he proceeds to push forward. And what he does is he goes north. So Cusco is still, at the time of this part of the story, still the central capital of what is considered the Inca Empire. he pushes further upward. But he keeps his favorite wife and his son with that wife in Cusco as like a presence, like a royal presence there. His son's name is Huascar, and Huascar is not very much like his father. He's kind of a timid guy. He's also got a bit of a drinking problem, and he likes to fuck. Like, this dude sleeps with everybody. He's a womanizer. He's also got a really bad temper, but that he did get from his dad, but like in like a drunk way. So while Huascar is in Cusco, learning from the priests, also drinking, also womanizing, and apparently pitching bitch fits with his mother. I guess he butt heads with her, and he wasn't so, by some accounts, not so respectful to his mom. While he was doing that, Huayna Capac is charging north to further expand what was considered Tawantinsuyu. That is the name of the Incan Empire, and it actually literally translates to the four quarters. So he's pushing north to acquire more, to build his empire up and his own personal wealth. And because he is a military guy, he needs the sons that can hang, that can roll with him. And one of his favorite sons with one of his favorite secondary wives, a Ecuadorian princess, is Atahualpa. And Atahualpa is completely different than Huascar. They actually have a lot of siblings, but these are like the main ones. He has a ton of his father's qualities. He is a military guy. He also has a bad temper. He's notoriously ruthless when he needs to be. But he's very big. He's very tall. He's a good-looking guy. He has a wife. He has, all of that as well. But he is very military focused. And he becomes his dad's right hand. So Huayna and Atahualpa are broing it out, conquering lands in the north, while Huascar is with the priests, drinking, womanizing, doing whatever it is he's doing. Now we're, at this point in the story, you're around like the 1519 to 1521 range. At the same time that all of this is going on and Huayna is going forward, a couple of things are going down in the rest of the world that will affect them. Number one is over in what is now present-day Mexico. Cortez is conquering the Aztecs, and he does it for gold, and he does something that completely changes the course of history. He becomes incredibly wealthy. Like, he becomes rich. He then inspires a whole bunch of guys in Spain. One of these guys is named Francisco Pizarro. Now, Pizarro's an interesting cat because he's not wealthy at all. He's actually almost penniless. He's completely illiterate, and he's kind of a dick. But what he does have is ambition. And he manages to slither his way up through the ranks and get on a ship and get people into what is now Panama. And he establishes Panama City and becomes the mayor, like the first ever established Spanish mayor of that area. But it's not good enough for him. He has heard tales of Cortez. He has heard how much wealth there is, and he wants in. So what he does is he goes down to Isla de Gallo, and he stays there and plots his next move because he wants to be wealthy. He is done being penniless. He hates that he was lowborn. At this point, he has already tried to get into South America before once, fucks it up, goes back to Spain, gets 3 of his half-brothers and a bunch of other guys, and then goes back down to the island. So it's like a whole process for him. But at this point, he is now back, and he's planning. But things are getting kind of shitty on this island because the guys are over failing so much. They are hungry, they're bored, they were promised wealth and success, they're angry. So he's dealing with unrest on this little island that is off the coast of South America. In the meantime, though, smallpox has been brought to South America, along with a number of other diseases. But for this case, it's actually smallpox that's going to be the center. So while Huayna Capac is an incredible warrior, he's young. I mean, the guy's like in his 40s to 50s at this point. He's not old, doesn't even have gray hair. He is not invincible, and despite being considered a god, is not immortal either, at least by, traditional standards. And he contracts smallpox while he's up conquering the north. And that is where our story gets crazy. So he contracts this disease, and the natives did not have anything to really compare this to. They had no immunity toward it. Obviously, vaccines weren't even a thing at the time. So it sweeps through and it decimates their culture. People are dying by the thousands, including Hayana Capac. He contracts the disease and he's on his deathbed very suddenly. And this guy did not expect to die this young. He had no heir like in mind yet. He hadn't really figured out what he was going to do because again, you don't leave your empire just to your oldest son. You leave it to who you think is the best suited for the job, which is honestly probably the best idea. Other royals probably should have taken note, but here we are. So he doesn't really know where he wants to go with this. So he has Ninan, who is one of his other sons, in mind. And he's like, he's probably the most level-headed option. Let's leave this country to him. The problem is he also has smallpox and in no short order dies from it. Here's where the story gets a little fuzzy because I'm not sure which order of events quite happened the way that it actually did because there's a little fuzziness. By some accounts, Hayana had left his kingdom to Huascar down in Cusco. By other accounts, he said Huascar's name, but was fading in and out of a coma, and in amongst that also said Atahualpa's name. That's one version. Another version is that Ninan died after he died, and that he never left it to either one of them, and instead, the priests down in Cusco bolstered Huascar because they know him and probably can control him, and the military guys in the north are backing Atahualpa as the option. There's no way to really tell which one is accurate, but either way, after Hayana dies, his sons are at an impasse. You have Atahualpa, who's completely different than Huascar, and he's been conquering the north with his father. He's the most like his father. He probably knows a lot more about being a military man, but he doesn't know anything about Cusco. He's not spending any time there. He wasn't really born there. Huascar is in the capital. He's born there and knows all of the ins and outs of those politics, but knows nothing of military. So what they end up doing is they kind of split it in half to where the Inca Empire is split between the north and the south and being commanded by both men as if they're emperors. It's giving Romulus and Remus, like which one is going to be the ultimate emperor at a time when Francisco Pizarro is plotting his little takeover. But they don't know that. There's no way for them to know that. There are some accounts that will say that Atahualpa, as early on as his father, knew about these guys, and it would make sense because they already have smallpox. So they must have come in contact with the Spaniards at some point, but we don't necessarily know that he knew Pizarro himself. Either way, they're not really thinking about Pizarro and his paltry 180 men that he has off on an island somewhere. They have literally millions of people to worry about and combating views on how it should be on how the empire should be governed. What ends up happening is they form kind of like we'll call it a shaky peace. It's not. It's full of passive aggression and a whole bunch of dick measuring, but we'll call it peace because there was not really any fighting, technically. So when Hayana dies, Atahualpa really pisses his brother off by doing this massive funeral procession for their father. Understand that the Incas were kind of weird about mummification. And what they might do sometimes was mummify for former leaders and bring them into battle with them as if they were their ancestors helping with the battle. It was very Weekend at Bernie's, and they would do that. So he creates this funeral procession where he has his mummified father crown him king. It's kind of a dick move because that technically isn't what happened. It's his way of making it seem like his father announced him as the true ruler. And it understandably pisses Huascar off because first of all, it's their dad. And second of all, that's not how it went down at all by any telling of the story. That's not how it went down. It was either Huascar and Atahualpa or neither or just Huascar. It was never just Atahualpa. But either way, Atahualpa as a hot-headed 20-something-year-old dude does this. Huascar is 5 to 10 years older than him, but he's honestly not much better. And so they kind of have a bitch fest, bickering match, but they're more or less in their own lane. So you've got Huascar, who's drinking and carousing and womanizing and being with the priests and kind of commanding Lower Cusco, lower geographically, Cusco, again, is way high up in the air. It's one of the highest places I've actually ever been. The only other one is Rainbow Mountain, also in Peru. Highly recommended. That's where I got this. So that's where he's at. Atahualpa, after this funeral procession nonsense that he pulls, is still up in Quito, which is actually where his mother is from because she's like an empress up there. Or not an empress, but she's like a princess. So he's up there and he's commanding his army. These two are not actually getting along that well. It's a lot of passive aggression and a lot of dick measuring and a lot of fights and all that stuff. So much so that by some accounts, the way things get bloody is Huascar plots and captures his little brother and puts him in a little imprisoned hut on the side of a road. Hut, I mean, it was manned and guarded and all of that, but it's just like a little building on the side of the road. The side of the road that stretches all the way up and down what is basically the Incan Empire. So they had a road system that was pretty impressive for the time. They also had irrigation and everything else. Again, it was kind of like Rome in a lot of ways. A really put together kind of modern civilization considering how long ago this took place. So he's on the side of this road, but this road has a lot of footmen and it has a lot of soldiers, and he escapes. He escapes prison, and now he's pissed. So he plots against his brother, and a civil war blossoms from all of the wrath. So now they're fighting, and they are decimating their people. They are just, while these people have already been struggling because of smallpox, now they've got a civil war on their hands. So food is scarce, money isn't really traditional money, but like resources are scarce. Labor tax is scarce because they're fighting now. So the growth of this empire is at a standstill while these two duke it out. Eventually, Atahualpa, who is a billion times the military man Huascar could ever even pretend to be, does ultimately take over. And he captures his brother. In fairness, Huascar started it. He captured him first. Only Huascar can't escape. So Atahualpa imprisons him, and to make a point, he fucking slaughters Huascar's entire family just to make sure none of them can get him out or help him or anything like that. Slaughters his men, slaughters the family, which is also, just to review, Atahualpa's family technically, but I guess they were on a different side, and really much of history is siblings killing each other, so that makes sense. So now Huascar is imprisoned, and Atahualpa is living his best life. He's now the crowned emperor of all of the Incan territories. And so he has himself a little celebration. He decides to have himself a spa day. No, really, he had a spa day. He went to the baths and he had a spa day. In Cajamarca, where you can still visit, there are a number of what are considered sacred baths. And these baths were traditional for warriors to go and sort of relax, decompress, have some me time, have a little bit of a meditation. They would fast at these spas, and then they could reemerge a newer and better them. It was very new year, new me. And so they would do that, and it was a spiritual experience, and it's still considered a spiritual experience. You can go to these baths even today. It is not encouraged that you Instagram them, though. They are considered sacred. And I do encourage every one of you to go to them, and I very much encourage every one of you to not take out your cameras. Have respect, whether it's your religion or not. It's important for the culture. That being said, not everybody had that kind of respect for the culture. So, while the boys are fighting before the spa day, what's happening with Pizarro? Well, he's in hot water with everybody. They're all pissed at him because, again, they have not conquered anything yet, but they were promised all of these riches like Cortez. They were promised that they would have gold and silver beyond their wildest dreams. The streets were paved in gold, all of that nonsense, which actually wasn't too far off the mark. Technically, there were gardens paved in gold because the Incas thought it was pretty. They didn't really care. But Pizarro's, he's in hot water, and people are angry and they're ready to go home. They want to go back to Panama. So he's on the beach at this island, and he takes his sword and he literally draws a line in the sand. There are a lot of origin stories about the draw the line in the sand shtick. I don't even necessarily think that this was the original one. I think this is just something a lot of guys did. But this actually predates what, if you Google, is the line in the sand origin. I think it probably goes back way far. But according to the history that we are taught, Pizarro literally does this, and he says, look, you guys can either go onto that boat and you can go back to Panama, but you're not going to have money, you're not going to have power, you're not going to have greatness. Or you can come across that line, you could stand with me, and we're going to go get ourselves some riches. Out of the 180 people, 13 dude bros join him. Everybody else nopes out. They're just like, nope, we're done. You go do you. We're out. We can't deal with this anymore. We will figure it out. We'll find something else to do. We miss our families. Like you're insane. So they leave. They go on these ships. They go back to Panama, or honestly wherever else they felt like going, as long as it wasn't with Pizarro, who by all accounts was kind of a jerk. And him and his 13 merry men make their way over into what is now current day Peru. So now we have what is basically a perfect storm of catastrophe. You have Huascar, who's been captured. Again, he started it. You have Atahualpa, who's now the emperor, and he is the Sapa Inca. Now, Sapa Inca translates roughly to the unique Inca or the only Inca, which means he is the absolute primo king. He is considered a god among his people. He's considered the sun god incarnate. He is blessed by the sun. He had his dead dad's corpse say so. And he's having a spa day. So he is up in the mountain areas and he's meditating and he's fasting, while Pizarro makes his way over the ridge and peers into Cajamarca. Now, what Pizarro sees, you have to understand, is a city plaza with some buildings surrounding it, which is still there. I've walked it. And then if you look up into the mountains, he sees tents. And those tents he perceives to be military tents, like soldiers ready to charge, because, he's such a fucking threat, him and his 13 friends. But what they actually are is they're nobles hanging out with Atahualpa because they're giving thanks and they're celebrating the fact that they have won this war, which has nothing to do with Pizarro. Nobody's even thinking about Pizarro. He's somewhere else. Like nobody there. If they remember him at all, it's shocking. I read by some accounts that when Atahualpa actually did run into Spaniards, he didn't even talk to them. He did not deign to look at their existence. He was about 8 feet taller than them practically, and they were fair-skinned, and he was weirded out by them, and that was it. The Europeans like to say that because they were fair-skinned, the Incas thought that they were gods, because the Europeans like to say that about everybody who met them for the first time. Like apparently the entire rest of the world was like, oh, white, you must be gods. Because every dude bro in the history of dude bros has always had a god complex, and it's made evident by the fact that that's always the history that is recorded over and over again. The accuracy of that is questionable at best. There was a prophecy about the idea that there would be a god, like multiple people of multiple colors coming, but they even thought that some of them would be blue. Like it wasn't just white guys. These guys just happen to be white. So the perception is questionable, but that's like what the Europeans say. Either way, they come down into this little square and they realize pretty quickly, no matter who those people are up in the tents, they're woefully outnumbered. And outnumbered is not good. So they start to plot. Now again, remember, a lot of the people that Atahualpa technically rules don't necessarily like him. For one thing, a lot of them worked for his brother up until like yesterday. And even before that, they were conquered in their own lands by either Atahualpa or his dad or some other guy before them. But they aren't necessarily to their core loyal like members of this aristocracy. They're just of the 10 million that are being more or less enslaved by them. So a lot of people had a lot of reason to kind of go, hey, if you're going to cut me a better deal, I'll hang with you. And in amongst that, Pizarro does find himself a bit of a translator who's able to get him in with Atahualpa. So what he does is he sends his brother and the translator and a couple of other guys on horseback up to these baths in the hills. And he sits and waits with a friar and a bunch of other people. And they hide out in the plaza. And the goal of the brother and the translator is to invite Atahualpa to a feast that is supposed to celebrate Atahualpa's victory. So he's pandering to his ego, which in fairness is probably the best way to get Atahualpa to do anything. But what they're not understanding is that Atahualpa is not an idiot either. He's an emperor who's been learning from his dad his whole life. So again, this is where the stories kind of differ, because from some accounts, they say that Atahualpa believes these men, and by other accounts, it goes a little bit differently. I'd rather tell you the Incas version of, or the Peruvian version of the story, since they are the descendants of these people, and they have a bit of a different slant on it than just Pizarro Trojan horsed this bitch, which is basically the Spanish version, cut and dry. Like, oh, they thought we were gods, and they Trojan horsed, and it worked, is like their version of this story. Meanwhile, Atahualpa believes he himself is a god, so the likelihood that he thought that Pizarro and his people were gods is pretty low. And he's also not an idiot, he just doesn't speak Spanish. So this is how they tell the story. You've got Pizarro down in the plaza, you've got his brother and his translator, who's, I mean, like kind of a traitor, I guess, but again, probably wasn't even a subject until the other day, so I don't even really blame him. And who knows what intimidation tactics might have been used for this poor guy. So you have Pizarro's brother and the translator and a couple of other dudes, and they go up to where Atahualpa is meditating in his bath, which, by the way, you can actually still see, sort of. So you have, there is a replica where this would have actually taken place at these baths. These baths are really cool. They overlook like the valley, and they're gigantic squares essentially. And I get the sense it was probably pretty much like that back then too, because they were great at masonry. If you look at Machu Picchu, it's a marvel. So it looks pretty much how it would have at the time. It's just like the little building where Atahualpa would have been is a replica of the building that was there before. It, of course, as per the usual when it comes to ruins, was destroyed at one point and then rebuilt. So you still get like the visual of how this place would have looked. So you've got Atahualpa, who has all of his men around him, and these are like big ass warrior men. And they're all chilling, and they're in their happy place, and they're not trying to start shit, but they don't also want to deal with shit. And these guys come up and they say, hey, we would love to invite you to a party in Cajamarca, which again is Atahualpa's city, but like, sure. According to the Spaniards, Atahualpa is overjoyed at this idea, and he's like, oh my God, you're right, I'm amazing, let's do this party, I'll see you guys tomorrow. That's their version of this story, which sounds fun and also highly unlikely because it's Atahualpa. The dude is literally, in his culture, a sun god. He is a king who does not need to be celebrated by these weirdos, has nothing to do with them, and is doing his own thing. Like, why are you in my room? Get out of my bath. This is me time. This is my spa day. Get out. So what he more or less does is, according to the Incan version of things, he ignores them. Like, doesn't deign to look at them at all. He just sits there with his eyes to the ground and just goes, as they talk. And they keep trying to talk to him, and he completely ignores them. And they keep trying to talk. And so eventually, one of the guys takes his ring off of his finger and he goes, listen, I want to give this to you as a token of my friendship to prove that, like, this is nothing but love, man. We're going to be bros. And Atahualpa tells his translator that, like, he doesn't wear the jewelry of peasants and basically to get to step in. Like, that little thing, that's a trinket. Like, what are you doing? To put this in context, Atahualpa, again, while they don't use gold as like a currency, they're showered in it. He has gardens paved in gold, where like they have gold cornstalk sculptures of pure solid gold They know that gold is worth something. They know that it's valuable. They know what's good stuff. They've got the best stuff you can find. He's not caring about this little tiny dumbass ring. Like, to the guy, it was probably everything he could possibly give him, and again, to be a dick, secretly. But like, the guy's thinking this wonderful thing to hand him, but Atahualpa is the head of the Incas, who are the head of a giant dynasty. The Incas themselves, their nobility, were allowed to wear obscene amounts of gold and silver and emeralds and everything that they could mine out of those lands. They had it all. And Atahualpa was allowed to wear way more of it than that. Again, his sandals were made of silver. Like, the soles themselves were silver, which actually couldn't have been very comfortable, but that's what they did. So he has headdresses just gilded and everything. He doesn't need your dumbass ring. He sees it, insults the dude because, he could, frankly. And also, like, he probably sniffed out that this was no good. He had heard of the Spanish by now, because the Spanish had already, at this point, been wandering through his territories while he's busy with his brother, and they are, at this point, stealing from him. And according to the Peruvian version of this, he calls him out. So what he does is he tells him, I'm not taking your dumbass ring. It's pathetic. And also, don't talk to me. And he just sits there and waits them out for like 3 hours. Like, what a flex. He just enjoys himself and ignores their presence. And every now and then they would like shift a little and they'd walk outside and they're getting nervous. Like, he's really waiting him out. Like he would in an interrogation room, like just to fuck with him psychologically. Again, military bro. And so eventually, like 3 hours later, he's like, all right, listen, I'll go to your stupid party. But I'm only going if you and your band of assholes give me back my shit, because you've been stealing from me, you've been stealing from my country, I want my stuff back. That's why I'm going down there. You will either give it to me, or you see all these people, we will flatten you. Go. So, pissing their pants, I hope, these guys go. Again, he's way taller than them too. He basically does it like this, like he's like staring down. And which, as a short person, intimidating, I understand. So they scamper down the hill and they go and tell Pizarro, and Pizarro's like, all right, whatever, he's coming though. So Atahualpa is not worried. He's seen these little assholes. He's seen how few people there are down there. He knows that he outnumbers these people by thousands. He has thousands of people with him. They have at this point 200 people that they have scrounged together to join them on this mission. I don't really even know where they found this many Spaniards at this point, because like they started with 13, but the math is mathing, and either way, they have 200 some people, including Pizarro and a couple of his brothers and a translator that they probably conned into it or scared into it, and Valverde, who is a friar. Atahualpa chills and enjoys the rest of his spa day. The next day, they start off by drinking a lot. They Sunday fun day this shit. I don't even know if it was a Sunday, but I like to imagine it was. They basically brunch. They break their fast, they eat a whole ton of food, and they drink enormous amounts of alcohol. Now, their alcohol at the time was only like 3%. I'm drinking this right now. I want to say it's 5.4, so this is already stronger than what they had to drink, but I'm having one and they're having fucking gallons of it. And they're drinking and drinking and drinking and partying and singing, and they're chanting because they're getting ready. They're excited. They're just gonna go down there and get their shit back. They know that they are a huge, ridiculous, giant group of people with like gold litters that they're carrying their nobles on, including Atahualpa, who's this literal fucking giant of a person and the emperor and a god in their culture, an actual god. And they have already conquered Huascar. They can take these assholes. So they take their time. It's a 6-mile trek downhill into Cajamarca from where they are. It shouldn't take long. They left around 11 o'clock in the morning, and they kept stopping dancing and fucking around and drinking and drinking and drinking. So they're shit-faced by this time. They are absolutely plastered. They're like having a good old time. It's a party. Like, fuck this. This is the beginning. Yeah, you guys want to feast? Let's go. They began their feast up on the mountain. They don't get there until like 4 or 5 o'clock at night. They started at 11. They take like 6 hours. That's a mile per hour. Now, granted, they've got a lot of shit with them and they're carrying their litters and stuff, but this normally would take like no time at all. It's downhill. They intentionally just disrespectfully take as long as they possibly can to get to this plaza and deal with this guy. So they get down there and no one's there. It's completely dead. They are in the center of the plaza and they're looking around and they don't see anybody except for like one dude, just one of their dudes. Atahualpa's like, hey, we were told there was a party. Where is he? Where is he? And the guy tells him, like, they're in the buildings. And he's nervous. And Atahualpa's like, in the buildings? Why doesn't he come out? If he's so tough, I thought we were having a feast, man. Thought we were friends. So then they push out Valvardi, who is like I said, a Catholic friar, and Valvardi's holding a prayer book in his hands. And he tells him, you have to pay homage to Charles V as the rightful ruler of this land. You have to concede, and you have to say that you're a Catholic, and you have to, proclaim that our God is the real God. He's talking to a God as far as these other guys are concerned, like especially Atahualpa. He's been raised his entire life to see himself as the sun god. And Valvardi has the balls to be like, hey, or at least he's forced to have the balls, to be like, hey, shaky hand, I'm sure, this is my prayer book. This is the real work of the Lord. Charles V is the Spanish king. This is his land now. We need you to come here, and you have to say that you're a Catholic and that everybody else needs to be a Catholic too, and you need to proclaim Charles V as the rightful ruler of this land. Atahualpa's like, let me see that. And he holds the book in his hands. Now, here's the thing. Again, they don't have a written language, which means they don't have books. There's no need for books. They've operated just fine without them. They have word of mouth. They have, again, numerical systems with the Quipu knots, but they don't have a written language. He doesn't understand what the hell this is. It's a bunch of papery tree bark glued together or sewn together probably. And he's looking at it and it doesn't mean anything to him. He doesn't understand what this weird trinket is in his hands. He doesn't get the importance of it. He doesn't really care that much because, again, he knows he outnumbers all these guys. And he's like, no. What happens next is contested a little bit, whether or not Atahualpa drops the book or if he throws it disrespectfully. I'm inclined to believe either one could be true. Sounds like him to throw it. Also could have just dropped it. I don't think it meant enough to him, but I know that it meant that he knew it meant a lot to Valvardi, and he probably wanted to flex because that was sort of his thing. Regardless of how the book ends up on the ground, the book ends up on the ground. Valvardi, at this point, just probably so scared. Valvardi signals for Pizarro. The thing is, while yes, it's true that Pizarro only had 200-ish men, what they did have was horses, which scared the shit out of the Incas because they didn't have horses. And they had gunpowder. And the Incas had never seen gunpowder. They weren't dressed to be in a battle because they were up relaxing at the baths, not expecting a battle. And even if they did, they had swords. It's literally a knife to a gunfight. And their helmets are wicker, regardless of what they could have ever done. And this is why I truly believe he's unlucky. Because in any other situation in history, in any other part of his culture, he would have flattened them. But because Pizarro had gunpowder, which had never been brought there up until this moment, he gets fucked over. Pizarro has 4 cannons hiding in the plaza that he has been setting up while they were having their bath day and their carousing. And Pizarro has his men charge with the horses, which terrify the Incas because they've never seen a horse before. It's a beast. Imagine never seeing a horse before. It's this giant creature that they're riding, and it makes no sense to them because they've never seen. It's like if we saw a mammoth, only we at least have like context of what a mammoth would be. They don't even have context of what a horse is. And it's charging at them, so they don't know what this beast is. Now there's gunpowder, which they have no idea how to even conceptualize that, let alone have any defenses over it. And within minutes, 5,000 Incas die. It was originally called the Battle of Cajamarca. It has been renamed, I believe rightfully in history, as the Massacre of Cajamarca, because for a battle, you kind of expect that both sides would lose people, but the Spaniards didn't lose a single solitary person. 5,000 Incas died in minutes, in like 10 minutes, because it's a small square, there's nowhere to run, they have nothing to battle it out with, they're completely caught off guard. It's a betrayal, which in Inca culture, even by military standards, betrayal wasn't really utilized as a battle tactic. They did a lot of other things to each other. They captured each other, they assassinated each other, they tortured each other, they did all of that other stuff, but betrayal itself wasn't woven into their culture to that extent. So that was not thought of quite as much as perhaps it would be now. You could say that that's a lack of foresight, but if it's not in your culture, it's not in your culture. You don't have the thought process for it. 5,000 of his men die. And while all of this is going down, Pizarro himself, along with 7 other horsemen, charge at Atahualpa's litter. And the litter is that thing where it's like the king is being hoisted by other guys and he's being carried, like, so these guys are holding him and they're trying to get away. And Pizarro and his men slice their arms off and they still carried him on their shoulders before falling, still trying to run, which is so badass. Like, I broke my wrist like 7 months ago and I still complain. Like, their arms were amputated and they did this with their shoulders and still tried to run. Like, that is really trying hard to escape. And that is bravery, and it is tough as nails, and it is tragic because it doesn't work. Pizarro himself gets the only wound that the Spanish have is Pizarro cuts himself while capturing Atahualpa. And that's when it ends. The battle ends. The massacre ends. Atahualpa is captured and Pizarro has taken over and they need to figure out what to do with him. So Atahualpa starts to get crafty and he recognizes that the Spanish have been stealing from him, but they're mostly stealing gold and silver, which again, for him, while definitely a valuable commodity, is not quite the commodity that it is to them. But he recognizes that this seems to be the thing that they care about. They care about gold, they care about silver, and they care about jewels. And he has that all over the place because they have all of these really crazy temples full of gold and silver. And that gold and silver mostly stays in place as each emperor moves forward. Like either they're buried with it or it stays like within the city, again in the gardens and temples and everything else. So he knows that his empire is full of this. He also knows that Huascar had a ton of it himself. And so he gets to thinking, I wonder if I can like ransom myself and barter for my freedom. Because what this guy seems to really want is this. Like, he doesn't know how to like handle this big, huge empire. I bet I can like play to what seems to be his greed. And so he does. So Atahualpa is brought to what is now considered the ransom room, and he is imprisoned there. And he tells Pizarro, listen, man, I'm gonna level with you. I know you like all this gold and silver. By the way, fun fact, Atahualpa actually preferred silver to gold. He just liked it better. I think it was more of like a moon goddess sort of a thing, but he was partial actually to silver between the two, but loved them both, of course. So he goes, listen, man, I have a ton of this stuff. We are so wealthy. I know how to get it, and if you let me fill this entire room, this room he's imprisoned in, this like 6 foot tall big ass room. He's like, if you let me fill this room with all of the treasures that you can ever imagine, how about you let me go? So Pizarro's like this whole room, like the whole thing. Pizarro is a poor ass bitch. Not to be classist, but Pizarro sucks. Pizarro is a poor dude. He wants wealth. He wants what Cortez has. And he's like, you could just fill this whole thing up? You playing? And he's like, no, man, I promise you, I've got this. I have actual, like, you've seen my gardens. I know what you've stolen already. You think that's anything? That is nothing compared to what I can give you. Let me fill this room up, and then you can let me go and we're square. Pizarro's like, all right, bet. Let's do it. So Atahualpa gets started. Now, this is crafty for both men. For one thing, Atahualpa is quickly learning Spanish, and he starts to hang out with the guards that are guarding him. He starts to learn their customs. He starts to get to know them. He starts to befriend them because he's actually a very charismatic guy, and he's a military bro. Like, these guys are military bros to a certain extent. They're conquistadors. He's starting to get along with them, actually, and a friendship even starts to spur a little bit with him and Pizarro to a certain extent. They actually even teach him to play chess, and he starts to beat them at chess, which in retro, probably not like the best poker move, but he does. He's like playing games with them and stuff. And in the meantime, he is more or less ruling his kingdom from his imprisoned room, like where he's stuck. But he's still allowed to see his nobles. He's still allowed to see his generals. He's still allowed to more or less conduct everything as emperor from the ransom room. And as he does that, true to his word, he gets, through that big crazy system of roadways that we talked about, he gets pounds and pounds and pounds of jewels and gold and silver. And it takes about 2 months, but he does actually fill the room so tall that they have to transport him into another room, which is like the Palace of the Snake, or like the Room of the Snake is what it's called. Not as Indiana Jones as you might think. It actually is just a carved snake on the wall. I nearly had a heart attack before I realized that they meant like a carving. It's getting so chock full of what was almost definitely Huascar's silver and gold first, and then probably also the stuff that Atahualpa had. Atahualpa's gold is up in the mountains. It's in Quito. They're grabbing all of this from Cusco, which is why I know it's Huascar's shit. And also, like, you know, the ancestral stuff. Huascar, in the meantime, is still imprisoned, by the way. He's not dead yet. Until eventually Atahualpa's feeling a little squirrely, and he's like, you know what, buddies? Let's get rid of him. I could use a pick-me-up today. I'm feeling a little despondent. Because as he's filling this room, he's starting to get worried. And he starts to get a little depressed. And the generals even talk about the fact that he's a little depressed. So he orders Huascar to be murdered and beheaded. And what he then does is has his head brought to him, and he starts to drink out of his brother's skull. Like, I mean, I know it was a different culture at another time, but out of his head. I'm sure they talked at some point, and now you're drinking out of his head. It's an image. So anyway, Pizarro comes in, and he realizes that Atahualpa, who's been a little bit depressed lately, seems a little bit too happy for what's going on. And he's like, what's going on, man? And he goes, I have the best trophy I've ever had in my life. This is the victorious day for me, actually. And he goes, what? What do you mean? You're in here. What is going on? What are you doing? And he goes, this is my brother's head. This is my trophy. I'm going to drink out of this forever. And he does. He continues to drink out of it. Like, he's like drinking booze out of his brother's head. This sufficiently freaks Pizarro out. While all of this is happening, Pizarro's starting to realize he doesn't really have a plan of what to do with the Inca once he gets his ransom, which is, by the way, one of the craziest ransoms in history. It amounts eventually to 13,000 pounds of gold and 26,000 pounds of silver, plus all of the jewels that you can imagine. Roughly translated, like with inflation and all of that, it's at least $50 million in today's money of ransom. Back then, like, insane. For a dude who had nothing, was illiterate, Speaking of illiterate, at one point, there is a story where Atahualpa, I feel one of the reasons why Atahualpa, while yes, absolutely unlucky and absolutely screwed over by the times, and therefore definitely sufficient for this show, Atahualpa is also like a bit of an egomaniac, as many of these guys were back then. I guess that's what happens when you're raised to believe that you're literally a sun god. So Atahualpa starts to like catch on to things, and he likes to flex a little bit. So what he does is he realizes that Pizarro is dictating letters to King Charles and to other people. He's dictating letters to other people. He's not writing them down. And so Atahualpa's like, what is this? What is this? What is going on here? Why is he never writing stuff? He never has a pen in his hand, like a quill. What is he doing? While he doesn't have a written language himself, he's smart enough to know all of the things he needs to know in his culture to run a fucking empire. Or at least he knows how to delegate, but he's considered a wise man. And even the Spaniards guarding him consider him wise. Again, he's learning Spanish. He learned to play chess. Like, the dude's smart. He's not just a jock. This is an intelligent person. He probably would have made maybe a ruthless emperor, maybe not, but certainly a great emperor given the chance. He was raised for this shit. So he's watching and he's like, that can't be what I think it is. So he calls one of his jailers over and he's like, hey, what's your word for God? And the guy goes, Dios. And he goes, okay, Dios? And he goes, yeah. He goes, can you write that on my thumbnail? And so in a tiny little script, he writes Dios on the guy's thumbnail. So then he goes, hey, you, other jailer, can you write God on my thumbnail? And he does it over and over and over again. And he has a couple of times in different handwriting, Dios. Pizarro comes in the room, having himself a good old day, comes in the room and he's like, what's going on here? Now Atahualpa's like, hey man, what does this say? And Pizarro can't read it. Because for all of Pizarro's, frankly, tactical brilliance at times, he never bothered to learn. And he can't, and he's humiliated in front of his men. Not a good move, probably, but certainly made Atahualpa laugh. So Pizarro's now humiliated. And now he's also freaked out because Atahualpa, in the meantime, is like leaning back, drinking out of his brother's fucking head. And he's like, I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like it. And also, like, the room's almost full, so I got to think of something. There were rumors, and I don't really have any idea where these rumors started. Doesn't actually matter because they kind of just started the way rumors do. Somebody hears something and it keeps going. That there was a general that was gathering a bunch of men to break Atahualpa out. The validity of that claim is unknown, but the rumors were there. Pizarro himself didn't write about it, but had people write about it. And he's nervous now. And he's like, I can't, he's already broken out of jail. That's how he fucking beat his brother. He's capable of it. He's still commanding people. Now, it was smart of Pizarro at the time to let Atahualpa command his people. And he did it intentionally. It wasn't just a bad move on his part or laziness. He was watching Atahualpa and learning from him. Never fucking learned to read, but he was learning how the country kind of worked and the ins and outs and things about it. Like, he's catching on. He was watching him the entire time. So he's basically learning and making himself an apprentice of his prisoner while his prisoner fucking pays him for it, essentially. That's a sick move, really, for, a conquering asshole. So he's learning about things, and now he's worried that there might be an uprising to crack Atahualpa out and to basically overthrow Pizarro. So Pizarro, on May 3rd, has all of the gold and silver melted down, and it's distributed amongst his men. About 20% of that is sent allegedly up to the King of Spain, Charles V. Here's the thing, though. Huascar's people, like loyalists that are pissed that Huascar's been assassinated, are in the meantime also filling rooms with gold and silver for Pizarro. And the only rooms that are being filled that are accounted for in records are from Atahualpa. because the 20% has to be tithed to the Spanish king. No one has any idea where that other gold or silver went. It's not accounted for. It just goes fucking missing. Along with a lot of like the gold from their dad, Hayana Capac, as well. There was apparently a very long gold chain that required multiple men to carry it, and no one knows where this gold chain went. It just disappeared in history. It's rumored now, but apparently it existed, and we don't know where it is. It's actually part of what is a huge treasure hunt, even to this day. So Huascar's treasure is somewhere else, and it's more or less being collected to convince Pizarro to assassinate Atahualpa. Atahualpa's creating a ransom so that he can buy his freedom, but now Pizarro doesn't know what to do because he really doesn't want Atahualpa in the way, and now he's worried that Atahualpa's going to turn on him, which, I mean, like, they're not really buddies. Like, of course he would. So Pizarro melts down the gold, distributes it out, and then gets rid of one of the main generals of Atahualpa's. He sends him to Cusco with some of his men, and basically all of Atahualpa's people kind of like tried to play nice with Pizarro, like hoping that they would get Atahualpa back. And while he's gone, and while De Soto, who's one of the Spaniards that befriended Atahualpa, is gone with him on a false mission that didn't even really exist, just gets him out of the way, Pizarro creates a trial, and in this bullshit trial, tries Atahualpa as a usurper to his own crown because he's not the eldest son of Hayana Capac, his brother Huascar was. And so he tries him for treason against his own people, which again, that's not how Incan monarchies worked. It is according to Spanish traditions, and it's also complete bullshit. It is really just an excuse to give a trial, quote unquote. Atahualpa is found guilty. He is then sentenced to burn at the stake. So he fills this room with gold, silver, and jewels as promised, and Pizarro sentences him to death anyway. Now here's the thing. According to Incan lore, Atahualpa has two options in the afterlife. One option is to transcend and go into the afterlife, heaven, if you will. And the other is to be reincarnated, come back, and rule his people again. Both are options. Only if you are not burned. If you are burned alive, you can't come back. So Atahualpa, who allegedly wept at the notion that he would be killed, begs and pleads to not be burned alive. In comes Valverde with all of the spiritual and religious grace of a priest. And Valverde says, all right, you have to be baptized as a Catholic. And if you're baptized as a Catholic, we will show you mercy, and we will only strangle you to death. Atahualpa agrees, and he is garroted until he dies. Supposedly, by some accounts, Pizarro also wept, but I don't know if that's true or not. I kind of like to hope it is. I like to hope that he wasn't a complete sociopath, but he showed in no other section of his life any regard for native people, their cultures, the pain he was inflicting, the chaos he was sowing. He didn't seem to care. This is a poor kid from the wrong side of the tracks that found himself in the right place at the right time with the right equipment, and frankly kind of lucked out, managed to capture a literal God on earth to his people, beat out thousands of men within minutes, and then sentenced him to die in a sham trial that he constructed once he got De Soto, who would have not stood for it, out of the way. But maybe he did. Maybe he felt bad. I fucking hope he felt bad for the rest of his life. Not that Atahualpa was like the best dude. I mean, you know, he was a murderer too, obviously, and he drank out of his brother's head, but he wasn't betraying anybody. And You know, you could do a lot of terrible things to a person, and I'm not going to say betrayal is worse than death. I'm never going to say that. That's silly. But it's one of the worst things you can do to a human being. If you think of any of the times in your life that you have felt the most wronged and the most lost, it's been because you're betrayed by somebody that you believed. And I don't know if Atahualpa fully believed him, but I think he must have had some hope. And Pizarro could have made good. I don't know what that would have looked like, but we'll never know, because instead he listened to rumors, which, in fairness, I could see the fear there, and he made a call. Atahualpa was in his early 30s, and he was murdered after being baptized. There are two names that I've been given. My research has shown that he was baptized as Francisco, because supposedly, by some accounts, Pizarro was his godfather, which, of course. But when I talked to Ana Maria, who is the friend of mine from Peru, and her brother, Carlos, I talked to them actually just this weekend, and I discussed with them what they learned. And some of my research comes from them because they were taught this story in schools. They are partially Incan and partially Spanish in their heritage, and they were taught, you know, not the Western story. They were taught the Peruvian version. And that's not the story of the victor all the time. It is a blending of the two, because both cultures formed what is now Peru. And they do pay homage to both. And neither of them feels that it went down the proper way. But they said that his Catholic name was Juan. I don't know which one's true. Again, conflicting stories, but according to Peruvian lore, it is Juan. According to the Spaniards, it is Francisco. I can certainly understand why they would differ in their storyline. Not that it really matters, because at the end of that day, Atahualpa was suffocated and strangled until he died, until he literally, his brain stopped working. He was 32. Then they left him in the square overnight. They left his body just out. After that, what happens is a bit of a confusing mystery, and it has sparked one of the greatest mysteries in all of South America, and it is an absolutely incredible, sort of tempting thing for historians and archaeologists, and that is, where is his body and where is his gold? Because we don't know the answer to that. Initially, Pizarro and his band of asshole men, and of course Valverde, give Atahualpa a Catholic burial underneath a church that they had transformed into a Catholic church. They entomb him, they give him a Catholic burial, and then they go off to Cusco and a variety of other places where they proceed to place a puppet Incan in power to sort of work for them. These took the form of first a brother of Atahualpa's, who was then poisoned, allegedly, because he dies on the way, and then one of his cousins. Eventually, he tries to turn on them, and basically what happens afterwards is the Spanish have a tenuous hold on Peru and the rest of the Inca Empire, but it's never really stable. Pizarro also goes on to establish Lima as the capital city, where it is at this time the capital, and he becomes sort of, you know, the head honcho, essentially. And that is the establishment of Lima in Peru, which is a fun city, and I encourage you to go. The reason we don't know where Atahualpa is, however, is that apparently he's not under that church right now. Allegedly, his followers dug him out and buried him off in the mountains with the treasure that was rightfully his, or at least some of it. There's also a rumor that he escaped and was replaced by a commoner before he died, although I kind of doubt that there would have even been an option for that. But supposedly he was out in the hills, and rumor has it, legend has it, he still is. Another story said that he was actually beheaded when he was strangled. I only read a couple of versions of that one, but apparently it would still be okay, because according to Incan lore, the head would then grow another body, which is very Deadpool, but he would grow another body and then again rule again. There are all of these very hopeful legends that take place that basically give the people hope that they will get their culture and their kingdom back in the form of Atahualpa, their god. Hasn't happened yet, but that's their story. As for Pizarro, he definitely gets rich off of all of this. He pulls a Cortez, he was successful, but Charles V was pissed. And he actually reprimands Pizarro brutally. Because for Charles V, Pizarro acted in a lot of ways on his own sort of whims. Like Charles wasn't pissed about the money, obviously. He liked the money. He liked that he was, spreading his lands farther and all of that, because they all did. And he's not necessarily mad that now they have control over this empire. He's kind of frustrated that they don't know how to manage this empire and that these puppet Incas are not really falling in line the way he would like them to, obviously. But he's more angry on principle with Pizarro because he was like, that's a sovereign ruler of a nation. And what you did was shitty. That's poor form. That's not how you treat a foreign king in his country. And Pizarro never really regained the favor of Charles V, if he ever had it to begin with. While yes, the money was great, and he of course accepted it happily, he was pissed at him and never respected him. Whether that mattered to Pizarro, I guess depends on Pizarro. I don't know what mattered to Pizarro other than money and glory, and he got versions of both. He never really keeps a really balanced hold in his country, his new country. But he does establish Lima, and he does go down in history as one of the most ruthless assholes ever to exist. He is not thought of kindly, and I believe Charles actually considered Atahualpa a bit of a martyr, which is kind of big of him if you think about it, since he didn't order the execution. He viewed him that way. There was a bit of respect there. And I think that there's something to be said for that, because while you're always gonna have psychos like Pizarro, and while Charles V was by no stretch of the imagination a good guy in any of this, I think that there is a human need to feel respect and connection for someone in a situation where you kind of fucked them over. And that's an interesting twist to that story. The Spanish influence in Peru and Bolivia and Ecuador and Chile and of course Colombia is still evident today. Things have obviously simmered down a bit. The Incas more or less never came back from what happened. With Atahualpa went the entire Inca Empire. And it was all over an alleged feast in a square after a spa day, because the world that was coming into his was unlike anything he would have ever been prepared for. Someone born into royalty is just born into royalty. And they're trained to be a part of it. They're trained to believe certain things about themselves. And yes, they are without a doubt privileged. They have that silver spoon, but sometimes that silver spoon is the thing that takes them down, whether they did anything to deserve it or not. Atahualpa was a ruthless warrior. He was trained that way from birth. He was supposed to be. I don't think he ever would have had the option to not be, and I don't think for the purposes of the world that he was in that it was a bad thing. I mean, ethically, sure, you're not supposed to, killing people is never good, but for the role he was intended to play, I think he played it well. And in any other world, or in any other time, throughout the world that he was raised in, and that his father was raised in, and his brothers, and his ancestors, all the way to Manco Capac, and before that to pre-Incan times, he would have likely kept hold of that throne. He would have likely proceeded to push forward into the rest of Colombia, and for good or for bad, they would have continued to conquer and acquire. And I don't know what the history of that would look like. I don't know what the landscape of South America would be if they had continued. What I do know is that it was all lost in a day. And it was lost in a day through no fault of his own. There wasn't much he could have done. And that's kind of what the show is about. Are they always innocent people? No. I wouldn't say that. I think very few people are innocent. And we will get into some situations in later episodes where we discuss maybe like children that are royal that unfortunately are caught up in things. And those are going to be harder episodes, and we'll tackle them with as much grace as we can. But a lot of the time, even the adults didn't have a choice. That's why I think he counts. That's why I think he's one of the least lucky people in his version of royal history. And I hope you enjoyed the episode. If you did, like and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. It is the summer of 1862. America is in the throes of the Civil War, and across the pond, 3 little girls are on a boat with a family friend named Charles Ludwig Dawson, and they are making a trip down the River Thames. Bored as hell, these girls are sitting together very nicely and ask for a story. This gentleman, who's about 30 at the time, kind of starts to make something up off the fly. And so he starts to tell them this really crazy, fantastical tale about a little girl who takes a nap under a tree and ends up in this crazy wonderland. Now, one of the little girls' name is Alice, and that ends up being the name of this main character of a story that the man is making up literally on the fly. Flashback a little bit later. November of that year, he can't stop thinking about this story. And so he puts pen to paper and he starts to write it down. He kind of hyper-focuses because by the beginning of the following year, he has written the entire story, which is actually 2 different novels. He writes it under the name Lewis Carroll. That is the genesis of the story of Alice in Wonderland, which is one of my favorite stories of all time. I love every iteration they've ever made of this. I am not alone. Like, it has captured the imagination of filmmakers and artists and writers and just anybody who's ever heard the story. You'd have to be almost dead inside to not get a kick out of this whimsical, crazy, just drug-induced fever dream of a story. Lewis Carroll ends up getting it published in 1865 with his own illustrations. And it's an absolute sensation. He wants it told exactly the way that it's done. Like, while he was alive, he did not want it to be abridged. He was not interested in the stories being combined. He wanted them to be separate stories. Disney be damned later on. It becomes what he's most known for. Now, scholars have researched Alice in Wonderland for a lot of reasons. First of all, Lewis Carroll is notorious for just littering this story with all sorts of rhymes and riddles and questions, and there's a lot up in the air, even if you just watch the most abridged version, which is like the 1951 Disney adaptation. There's still so much packed into this story that, like, part of you wonders how much of it is him just going insane. Part of it is he just making up this fantastical story for kids? And a lot of it, if you start to really unpack it, especially the books, if you start to really unpack it, you realize that it's actually this crazy extended allegory for historical events. Lewis Carroll was from England, and he was a big fan of Shakespeare. One of the plays that he studied was Richard III. It's Shakespeare's summation of the War of the Roses, which largely inspired a great deal of Alice in Wonderland. Now, whether it was part of the original story that he told these girls on a boat, I don't know. I wasn't there. The real-life Alice, who was living all the way up into the 1900s, never really said anything about whether or not that was part of the story originally, but he did have a lot packed in once the book hit print. And one of the stories that I think gets lost in the War of the Roses, but certainly was incredibly important, was the story of Anne Neville. Anne Neville is a fascinating character in that there's not a lot that you can really find about her, but the life that she led and the position she held during her short life was incredibly important, and I do believe that she's an excellent candidate because she was a pawn at all times of the War of the Roses. And so begins yet another episode of Crowned, Gilded, and Screwed. My name is Karamea Adamo, and today we are discussing the one and only Anne Neville. Her life and the way that she was thrown into the thick of things with the Wars of the Roses was in of itself really interesting. Now, there's not a lot said about Anne Neville herself. It's very hard to get to know somebody who was born in the 1400s and died in the 1400s. She wasn't talked about, even though they had a family scholar. He was too busy catching up with everybody else who was causing mischief. Anne herself gets lost between the pages. She's depicted only after death. We aren't really sure what Anne looked like. There are a number of depictions of her, but they're all after death. There are artistic renderings. I think the most contemporary was a sketch from the 1400s, but it's not actually clear whether or not she was alive for that. It could have just been from memory or from somebody's secondhand knowledge of her. There is one stained glass window that still exists that supposedly depicts Anne, in which case she is shown as a blonde, but a lot of women were, and it's a little up for debate on whether or not they actually were blonde. I've seen Anne depicted as a redhead, a brunette, and a blonde. In contemporary literature, we generally speaking look at her as a blonde. It's also pretty likely that she resembled a contemporary of hers named Elizabeth Woodville, who we will get into once I get into the thick of this story, but their resemblance was noted, and Elizabeth was a blonde. So if you're gonna picture Anne, think of her as a very thin, very young, blonde lady in the 1400s. Anne Neville was born into the absolute throes of the Wars of the Roses, which is sometimes called the Wars of the Cousins as well. There are a number of reasons for this, but basically it gets down to the nitty-gritty of what we've already covered before on our Alice of Greece and Denmark episode. Throughout history, royalty has married itself multiple times. So there's a lot of inbreeding, a lot of cousins that are marrying, and a lot of cousins as a result of that are at war with each other as well. And the War of the Roses was the pinnacle example of that. Now, the War of the Roses has inspired a number of different stories throughout history. Most recently, of course, is Game of Thrones, but Alice in Wonderland was definitely one of them. And before that, of course, Shakespeare, which by all accounts seems to be where Lewis Carroll got a lot of his information, whether it was accurate or not. Keep in mind that Shakespeare would have been alive in the 1500s, so it wasn't too far after the War of the Roses. So there were a lot of propaganda, slanted interpretations of some of these characters, probably in the Tudors' favor. Although the War of the Roses itself was actually between the Lancasters and the Yorks. So you have these two families, and they are kind of actually the same family, but it's like two branches essentially, and they're marrying into each other. One of them always wants power, is basically like the gist. It's the tale as old as time. So now it's important to understand that Anne Neville is born into a very, very wealthy family. The Nevilles are themselves royal. They can trace their lineage all the way back to the original Edward. And so they do have a lot of claim to nobility. Now, her two parents are very powerful individuals. So you've got the Earl of Warwick, which is her father. And then you have her mother, Anne Buchan. Now, Anne, her mother, Anne, because again, they all name each other after themselves, which, you know, is why we need charts. Anne actually is the one who brought the most titles to their marriage, but because, especially back in the 1400s, which of course is the Middle Ages, women could not assume the titles that their families presented as part of their dowry. It went immediately to their husbands. So at the time you have Edward, the King of England, who Anne's father actually put in charge. He was known as the Kingmaker. That was kind of his nickname. So think of like Game of Thrones, where Jaime Lannister is the King's Slayer. We have the Kingmaker. So the Kingmaker always managed to get himself in the middle of things through propaganda and, frankly, warmongering, always able to sort of like negotiate who was going to be on the throne. Again, Game of Thrones is basically like, with a thin veneer of fantasy, essentially World of the Roses. So if you are familiar with that story, that's the type of world that we're talking about, minus some magic. So Anne's sister Isabel and her are raised in Middleham Castle throughout their childhood. And at the same time that they are raised there, Duke of York, his sons, two of his younger sons, are also raised there at the same time. So you've got two girls, two boys hanging out, they're around the same age, they're raised together as childhood friends. As time goes on, things begin to fracture and come together and fracture and come together. The War of the Roses is a very convoluted thing. So to catch people up on why it's called the War of the Roses, you have the two families, Lancaster and York. Lancaster was often represented by a red rose, whereas York was represented by a white rose. Remember that scene in Alice in Wonderland where the Red Queen is demanding that you have red roses instead of white, and then her little minions are panicking and painting roses red because they accidentally painted white ones. That is symbolic of the War of the Roses, when the Lancastrians and the Yorks are fighting over territory, and at any given moment, one was king and one wasn't. That's essentially what that was, where it's like, we might as well just paint the roses red because guess we're doing this now. Like, that's how fast this stuff changed. It would change in like a year, and then suddenly there was a new king and a new family in charge, and they would always usurp each other. And that's like the crazy, dramatic, terrifying world that Anne is born into. So at some point, while the Yorks are still in power, Anne's father marries Isabel, the oldest daughter, to George, who then becomes Duke of Clarence. So George and Isabel are like the Duke and Duchess of Clarence. They go off on their merry way and they are married. And by married, I mean they're practically not even older than preteens, but they are decidedly married, and that's how that works. Duke of York's oldest son is Edward IV. Now, Edward IV is very close at the time of Anne and Isabel's childhood with their father, because Warwick, again, being the kingmaker, he's the one who like got him in there in the first place for the most part. So as far as he was concerned, Edward IV like owes him a solid, right? Like, I got you the throne, now you pat my back kind of a thing. And for the most part, I think that like it was a mutually understood thing. And so like the family, on top of being very high nobility themselves, they're also very, very close with the king himself. And again, their two playmates, and now Isabel's husband, are the brothers of the king at this point. Here's the thing about Warwick. Warwick wanted control over everybody's shit. Like, he didn't want to just have like, you know, the king's number. Like, he wanted the king to kind of do what he wanted. Personally, I think that Warwick kind of wanted like a puppet, essentially, or if not a puppet, certainly somebody controllable. And him and Edward IV at most of the time are like this. Like, these are bros. They hang out. And they don't really have any problems until it becomes matchmaking season. So Warwick, being the kingmaker, had some ideas very clearly in his mind about who would be an excellent queen for Edward. Edward did not agree. Edward did the fantasy thing where he was like, yeah, I hear you, man. I hear all of the good ideas and all of the good strategies that you're coming up with about who's gonna be my spouse, but here's the thing, I'm the king, bro. Like, cute, but no, I'm allowed to marry whoever. I'm in charge. You put me here to be in charge. I'm damn sure gonna be in charge of who I marry. He had a girl in mind, Elizabeth Woodville, that looked a lot like Anne. Remember her? Well, apparently the king had his eyes on her. He wanted this girl bad. And they apparently also already had quite a fondness for each other. So he basically is like, screw you, man. I'm dating and marrying the woman I want to marry. Like, what's the point of being king if I have to be told who I'm gonna marry? He marries for love, which is, first of all, not really done at the time. Like, we view marriage now from this modern perspective, right? Where like you're marrying because you want to be with the person, hopefully. You're marrying because they're, one would hope, a good match for you. There's a vetting process, and it's not, arranged marriages, at least in Western culture, are less of a thing. This is the Middle Ages in England, and it's royalty. Like, arranged marriages are the only thing. In the middle of all of this, Edward decides that he's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to marry who I want to marry. So he marries Woodville. And that means that the Woodville family has risen up, because she also was not like high-end royalty at the time. Like, she was probably fine enough for him to have noticed her and certainly gotten to know her, but she's not considered highborn. He essentially marries like almost a commoner, which again is not done, because marriage is a brokerage deal at this point in time, especially when you're commanding one of the biggest and most powerful countries in Europe. This really pisses Warwick off. Like, he's mad because now his homeboy's not listening to him and went and married this other girl that he did not okay. And he's realizing he doesn't have the power over King Edward that he thought he did. So he's pissed at him, But he's also aware of the fact that he just married his oldest daughter to the king's youngest brother. Like, they are now family even more than they were before. So now Warwick is looking around and he's like, I don't feel like I'm where I thought we were in this friendship. I feel a little betrayed. I feel like I don't have say in very much. That sounds to me like you've got a mind of your own, or think you do, and I don't like that. Warwick is almost always scheming. Like, to be a kingmaker, I guess you kind of have to be, but like, the dude was scheming. He was always up to stuff. So what he does is he flips the script and he jets off to France. And he goes and finds the Lancastrians, who, by the way, prior to him putting Edward in charge, the Lancastrians were in charge. So he himself is the reason that the Lancastrian king was ousted. And now he goes and frolics off to find Henry, the king that he ousted. He finds him and he's like, no, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'll get you back in. Let me fix this. So the Lancastrians had been cut out. They'd been dethroned. They were off in France. Warwick shows up, but Henry was actually like captured. Henry's like in the tower. He's captured. He was also just like he was going through some delusions. He was not really known as like a particularly mentally sound ruler, and he was a little bit on the weak side. His wifey is Margaret Anjou, who is like a she-devil. She's so hardcore crazy that not one but two villainesses have been named after her. The Queen of Hearts is named after Anjou, and so is Cersei Lannister. Like, both of them were heavily influenced by her historically. So like, imagine Cersei meets the Queen of Hearts, and like, that's how at least history going forward remembers this woman. And her husband is like this kind of bumbling idiot who then also gets captured, has no control. So she's like acting as king in his stead, you know, like a legit consort. So Margaret is very shrewd, and she doesn't trust Warwick. All this time, Anne is still living her life in Middleham. She is still not a part of this. She's a little kid. She and Richard are having fun in the fields and living their childhoods. Richard is actually there to learn from Warwick's henchmen. Like, he's like there to train as a prince. So they have their own childhood going on. This is all the adults talking. And so Warwick jets off to be in France. And Margaret is like, I don't trust you though, because your homeboy is the king right now, thanks to you. And I don't understand why you're back thinking that we should agree with you. So why would we listen to you? How am I not to assume that you're just gonna find a way to screw us over again? So what Warwick does is he betroths Anne to Margaret's son, a Lancastrian prince, also named Edward. So like, this is gonna get very complicated, but so now he has one daughter who's House of York, and he has another daughter who through marriage is a Lancastrian. That's his doing as like a sign of good faith that they're gonna be cool. Let's go back to the Alice in Wonderland story. Did you know, for those who did not read the book, that Humpty Dumpty is a character in Alice in Wonderland? Fun fact, he is. It is often assumed, or at least suspected, that Humpty Dumpty is actually like metaphorically stands for Warwick, where instead of standing on the wall and it's such a thin wall and he could teeter back and forth and, you know, don't know which way he's gonna go, that's a metaphor for Warwick on the fence between the two words, like the two houses between Lancastrian and York, because he's always playing both sides. So Warwick is like supposedly Humpty Dumpty, which I kind of enjoy, because he's just, again, he's like a scheming kind of asshole. So like, I enjoy that he's Humpty Dumpty and eventually falls. Margaret doesn't ever fully trust Warwick. So one of her stipulations about this marriage is that Anne and her son cannot consummate the marriage. She's like, cool, we'll do that maybe, but I want the option to annul this thing. And remember that this is at a time when papal dispensations were required for people to marry anyway because of all the cousin marriages and such. Royalty, generally speaking, cut a check and like just had it handled, but times are a little bit stressed. She wanted the option to annul because she did not trust Warwick. They kind of were like, they were like frenemies through pure necessity. Anne is married to her son, Edward. So she is in France when she gets married. She comes back with everybody else to go take over the throne in England. And literally the only thing that this dude seemed to have done wrong was like married the girl that Warwick didn't want him to marry. And they were all mildly peaceful at this point for a very small period of time. And then that pissed Warwick off. And so now everybody's got to fight again. So here we are. Now his daughters are married on opposite sides of this feud because of him. And Anne is not consummated like in her marriage, but like she's married and, you know, for all intents and purposes, that's her husband. And they go in to have a big ass war to like take over the throne from the House of York. Here's the issue. Not only does Warwick die, but so does her husband. So now, without having consummated the marriage at the tender age of 14, Anne's a widow. She's a widow, and her dad's gone. And her sister is married to the other side. So she's finding herself now on the wrong side. Again, she is 14. Her only thing that she has done wrong is get born into this family so far. She is 14 years old. She has not even consummated her marriage. She was married like 5 seconds ago. Her husband and her dad both die. We aren't entirely sure how her husband dies. It's not clear on if he just dies in battle or if like Richard III, her childhood pal, who again is brother to the king, if he's the one who does it. There's like a really dramatic retelling where he's the one who like does him in. Regardless, we aren't sure who does it. Either way, the dude's gone. 17 years old, he's out. Margaret of Anjou, obviously imprisoned. Henry VI is already dead. And so now nobody has like a firm grip on what to do with Anne, because her parents had a lot of land, and that land normally would be divided up between the two spouses, right? Because they're girls. Their mom is sent to like basically live in like a nunnery. Like she's just sent away somewhere. Nobody really hurts her. She's sent away. I mean, at that point, they're traitors, so kind of a nicer way to handle things, really. Probably because of Isabel and Anne. So she's sent to a nunnery, and then everybody's like, what do we do with Anne, though? Like, she was technically married, but was she really married? It wasn't consummated. Technically, it could be annulled. Was she on this side? Was she on this side? No one knows what to do. But you know who does have an idea? It's George. George, again, is her sister's husband. He grew up with Richard and Anne and Isabel at Middleham Castle when they were kids. George knows just how wealthy this family is, and George wants in. So George is like, hey, let's take care of her. Let's take her in to our beloved home, and let's just make sure she's okay. Let's protect her, right? Let's protect your kid sister because, you know, want to make sure she's all right. It's Anne. I'm going to make sure she's fine. So Isabella's like, all right, yeah, I agree. Let's make sure she's okay. Mom's in a nunnery. We gotta work this out. Yeah, George was as schemy as Warwick. So what George actually does is he really wants to figure out a way to have rights to the entire family fortune. He doesn't want to divide it in half. And as far as he's concerned, Anne's spouse was on the wrong side and is dead and never consummated. So like he wants like a question of the inheritance. So what he does, and this is crazy, this is the reason that I feel she very much needs to be on the list of our episodes here at Crown Gilded and Screwed, because he hides her away. No, listen, he hides her away. Like he disguises her as a kitchen maid, and he hides her in one of Isabel's kitchens in London so that no one can see her, especially his brother Richard, who apparently this whole time has harbored a crush and wants Anne. He was pissed when she got engaged. He's found out that she never consummated the marriage, which I guess mattered. And he wants to marry her. He's like, I originally was thinking we were going to get married when we were kids. Now she's available. Now her dad's out of the way. She's available. Her husband's gone. Why not me? Why can't I marry Anne? Like, I like Anne. I want to spend my life with her. George is like, no, we're not letting that happen. I'm not dividing this up with my brother. I'm going to make sure that you'll never find her. So he disguises her as a kitchen maid and hides her away from the world in the kitchens in London, which is so fucking Cinderella that it makes me crazy that I had never heard this before. So now she goes from being one of the most well-to-do, nobility-born royal people who was married to a prince to like kitchen maid covered in soot, specifically so nobody can recognize her. So Richard goes and finds her and he rescues her. He breaks her out of the kitchen and he rescues her like a Prince Charming. But they are 16 and 19, they get married, they do consummate this marriage. George is pissed off. He's so mad. So George goes and whines to his brother, who's the king. The king is like, I don't want to deal with you right now. Like he's just like, you are so whiny. I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, okay, I hear your side. I hear your side. You snuck off and married his ward, sort of, but you also are only doing it because you're greedy. He loves her. What do you, the king had like a decision to make. He also, keep in mind, just had a giant ass battle because these girls' dad used to be his bro, like his buddy, and betrayed him. So he's like a little salty about that. So what he ultimately does is he kind of cuts a bargain between the two brothers. So he feels for his brother Richard because he's like, you love her, I love my girl, so I feel that. You love money, and I see your point. So what ends up happening is Edward's solution is, it's a little unfair, but like I get it for the time and the position he was in at this point, where he was like, listen, broski, you can keep your wife, but you got to give the money to him because that's really all he wants. If you give the money to him, he'll leave you alone. I will make sure. And you can live with Anne. You can marry Anne. We are wealthy anyway. You are a prince of England. Like, just renounce her titles, renounce all of her stuff. But you can then move on with your life and you can be with this woman that you love and he will go live his life the way he wants to live it. And you guys can just not talk about it anymore. So George, of course, only wants the money. So he's like, man, I'm down for that. And then Richard, struggles with it, but he's like, I want Anne. And you're right. We have money, we have power, we have all that stuff. I'm watching you. He's like, you know what? Worth it. I want my girl. Richard III is depicted in a lot of ways throughout history. And, some of them are insanely unsavory. And in a lot of cases, I actually think that that's probably warranted because Richard does pull some shit in his life. He is by no means like a real Prince Charming. Like he's got an edge. He's often playing a couple different angles of himself. He's not as sneaky as George in this particular instance, but he's no better, ethically speaking. He just genuinely does love Anne, and there's something to be said for that. So while I do agree that there are a lot of things that he's accused of that he very much could have done, and there are a lot of motivations probably that he had for a number of things that he did, say what you want about the guy, he renounced her riches so he could stay married to her. So the age-old question, did Richard III love Anne Neville? I think that's pretty evident. Dickheads can fall in love too. In fact, they often do. So that happens. And this is how glaringly obvious that Game of Thrones was ripped straight from the War of the Roses. They become the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, which are also known as the Duke and Duchess of the North. So they're like literally the Starks. They are White Rose, the Lancasters at this point. They're not, no one's thinking about them right now. And they go and live their lives. And actually at this point in life, Anne and her husband are fairly happy. Like they live a good life. They live a good, happy marriage. It takes a little bit of time, but they actually do end up having a son. So now he's got an heir for all of his fortunes. They name him Edward because apparently they ran out of names. And that's the life that they lead. And they're ultimately very happy with that. In the meantime, we have George. And George and Isabel start to bicker. I don't know what they were fighting about, but I suspect some of it had to do with turning her sister into a kitchen maid. Although I didn't know Isabel. Maybe she was all for it. Couldn't tell you. Don't have a lot on her personality. Just like it's very hard to get really ascertain Anne's personality. 1400s, not a lot written about these women. All we have is them in the context of their times, which pretty par for the course is really only imagined through the workings and dealings of the men that they were around. They could have been funny. We have no idea. They could have been assholes. They could have been all these different things. We have no idea who they were as people. We only know that they were pawns in this never-ending chess match, which again ties us back to Alice in Wonderland with all of the chess and playing card motifs. That is kind of part of that. So Anne is a pawn specifically because she's royal. Nothing she herself has done or could do would save her from this. She's just in it. But her second marriage seems to be a pretty happy one. And her first marriage wasn't terrible either. It was just like, you know, it like just didn't happen. Like it was just a brokered deal that she had no say in. And she didn't even have sex with the guy. So I don't even think it counts. It was just a dude she knew. So George and Isabel start to have some problems. Here's where it gets a little dicey. They start to have problems. And then Isabel dies very suddenly. Almost immediately after she dies, George has one of her maids arrested and executed with basically no trial for poisoning her. But there was no evidence that this happened. He just arrests this poor girl and then like has her executed and like says like, this is the reason why my wife that I'm very much not getting along with right now died very suddenly in the middle of our argument. Again, I wasn't there, but like he also hid her sister away in a kitchen. So for like 2 years. So I think we can kind of get like there are some implications there, I feel. Maybe it was the maid. Feel like the motive like existed somewhere else. So now George and Isabel are obviously no longer married because she is now deceased, and George shortly thereafter actually gets captured and executed himself. He doesn't last very long. Karma can be a bitch. Now we have a problem though. King Edward passes away. He dies. He has 2 sons, and they are the heir apparents, but they're very, very young. And so Richard is turned into the Lord Protector of the boys. Here's where people are a little uncomfortable with Richard. And Anne can be viewed in a couple of ways here. And I want to ask all of you how you feel she fits into this story, with, granted, again, almost no indication of what her personality was like and what her views were like, or even what she really liked. She's got a kid. Kid dies very suddenly. He gets sick and he dies like that. He was always kind of a little sickly anyway. He was never a very strong kid, but he dies. And it's at a time, I feel so bad. Like it's at a time when Richard and Anne were actually like literally en route to go see their kid. Because remember, like back then, these kids would grow up in a castle separated from their parents, and then their parents would do visits and stuff. Like they loved their kids. It's just like, that's how it was done. So they're like literally on their way to go see their kid, and they get word that he has died out of nowhere. They are absolutely fucking devastated, like beyond measure, just screaming devastated. Their only child that they love, and their kid dies when they're about to see him. Like I cannot even imagine the pain that that has to create. And keep in mind, like people are dying left and right, but like your kid's your kid. So he passes away, and it's April of like 1484. He dies very suddenly. They were literally on their way to go visit. Anne is so upset that she herself gets like gravely ill. Like it's so bad that she's like dying of heartbreak. When the king dies, he has 2 sons, and remember, like Richard's considered Lord Protector. She like unofficially or even officially, like I'm not actually clear on like the legitimacy of this, but she essentially like adopts like the heir apparent. I think that that was more or less to appease her. I don't know how much Richard wanted to adopt the kid. I don't think it also really mattered because this was the heir apparent, and either way, like it looked good for him to be in charge of, you know, the future king. I know that Richard loved his wife. I know he loved his kid. And now he's like sort of adopted his nephew. But again, he's not very close to his brothers. So it's a sketch thing where like we don't know how much adoration he himself might have had for this kid. And the reason that it's up in the air is that a lot happens in a year. So in April, you have their son dying, and you have all of a sudden this other son is like kind of taken under their wing. But then, in amongst all of this, Richard, somebody, possibly Richard, throws into question the legitimacy of the two boys of his two nephews. So now, for their protection, in quotes, very George-like, I might point out, he has them hidden away in the Tower of London, where they are never seen again. They are the infamous princes in the tower. Richard steps in, and he becomes Richard III. He becomes the King of England. So does his wife. His wife lasts less than a year, and she passes away of tuberculosis, and he is so grief-stricken that he has to be dragged out of her funeral. Shortly thereafter, people start to suspect that he actually might have had her killed because he wanted to marry his niece. Although there's no proof that that was true. There's no documentation saying that was his intention. And he gets so mad about this that he indignantly and loudly screams at everybody and tells all of them, no, I miss my wife. I'm grieving her. I have no interest in marrying my niece. In fact, I have actually betrothed her to somebody else. So he actually marries her off to someone else and never gets married to her. A little bit later, some of his little scouts go off to try to find other potential spouses of his. But again, he is the King of England at this point. The princes in the tower by now are dead under mysterious circumstances, and he needs an heir. So I think even logistically understand him needing to find another wife, because that's kind of his job, is to have an heir. I don't think that he killed Anne. I don't think that he wanted her to die. I think that she probably was just emotionally distraught and caught tuberculosis at the same time in the 1400s. Anne passes away at 28 years old. Richard follows her almost immediately afterwards. He doesn't even make it another year. So in literally 2 to 3 years, their son, she, and he die. And that is the end of Anne Neville. We never hear from her again. She actually had an unmarked grave until the 1960s, when they finally did put a plaque that is kind of close to where she would have been buried. Richard, of course, being the King of England, he does have a plaque. His grave is marked. Hers is not. That whole thing happened in 14 years. She was married for the first time at 14. She died at 28. Packed a lot in. She went through a lot. She arguably didn't do anything. There is some debate of whether or not she also participated in having the princes thrown into the tower. Some other people have suspected that maybe it was Margaret Anjou. Some people have thought that there were a number of different candidates for this. Either way, Richard certainly didn't stop it from happening. Whether he demanded that they be murdered is up for debate. Child-sized skeletons were eventually found there, and the boys never made it out. There is an urban legend that they made it out alive and lived the rest of their lives, and that just replacement skeletons were put in. There's really no indication that that actually could have happened. Breaking into the Tower of London would have been next to impossible, and that's a story for a completely different time. But the question has always been, was Anne Neville a villain, or was she a pawn? And was Richard a villain or a pawn? Because keep in mind, everything that we know about him is after his death, and everything after his death switches back to being into the Tudor Rose era. His death and her death signify the end, roughly, of the Middle Ages. So things change after that. The War of the Roses is basically over, and history proceeded on after them. So I'm going to leave it with the question of, was she a pawn? Was she screwed over specifically because she was born in the wrong place at the wrong time into a difficult family, a royal family, which is basically what we cover on this show? Or was she complicit? Did she participate? It's all conjecture because we don't really have a lot of evidence, because again, even the family historian didn't write very much on Anne, but she is fascinating, and she's come up in a number of different stories throughout the years. She might be very lightly nodded to in Alice in Wonderland as perhaps Alice herself. The reason that I wonder that is that Alice seems to be in the throes of something completely beyond her. There is a point in the book where a little baby is being held by a woman who a lot of people have assumed might be Elizabeth Woodville. And that little baby turns into a pig right before Alice's eyes. And the thing is, Richard, his like symbol essentially was a boar. Did Alice/Anne watch Richard become inhumane? That might be a little bit of a heavy-handed symbolic nod, but it could be true. It's certainly Carol's style. There's also a question of whether or not Alice in Wonderland is not just Alice's dream, but the king's dream in the story, because the king is largely incapable of ruling his country, and the Red Queen is the one who kind of does everything. Again, Margaret of Anjou. And the question becomes, Tweedledee and Tweedledum pose this nod to Alice, telling her, if he wakes up, you're like a candle in the wind, you're out. And she's like, I couldn't possibly be out. What are you talking about? If I'm a figment of his imagination, are you a figment of his imagination, etc.? That is a nod again to Henry being a little out of it and not really capable of, in any competent way, manning his kingdom and therefore being usurped. And if he would wake up from this crazy dream, maybe he could actually put an end to all of this madness. That's like what Tweedledee and Tweedledum basically say to Alice when she meets them. Without question, the War of the Roses is discussed in Alice in Wonderland. I have always wondered if maybe in some small way, Alice is not just named Alice because of the little girl in the boat from earlier on in our story, but also in some mild manner, potentially Anne Neville herself. So let me know what you think. If you liked this video, I really appreciate a like and a subscribe. You can find us on Facebook and at Crown Gilded and Screwed. And we'll see you next time. The year is 2004. I am 17, and my friends and I have just flown all the way across the pond from New York City and into Milan, Italy. It is our first time overseas, and we are absolutely jet lagged. After we grabbed our first swig of legal whiskey, because, you know, priorities, we decide that we really need a nap before we can really deal with what it is to be overseas, the incredible buildings that we're surrounded by. We couldn't even concentrate on those. All we want at this point is a whiskey and a nap. So we got the first one done, and then we climbed to the top of a building and proceeded to fall asleep for about 15 to 20 minutes. We wake up and peer down below, where I see these tall, angelic, beautiful women in just some of the most incredible clothing I'd ever seen in my life. And they are posing for the cameras. And it takes me a second to kind of come out of my jet-lagged, like, REM cycle sleep to really realize that what I'm watching down below is a photo shoot in one of the fashion capitals of the world. Now, when I was younger, I was from a smaller town. I didn't know anything about fashion. I really didn't care about it. I actually kind of looked down on it as like just sort of a girly girl, like dumb thing to be into because, I don't know, I drank the Kool-Aid and listened to the bullshit that would insinuate that you can't be into fashion and also be smart. So I just kind of looked down on it as a younger girl, but watching these women kind of changed my mind about it because I realized that, first of all, photo shoots are a lot of work, and also these incredible pieces of clothing were sculptures. It was wearable, sculptured art. And I just remember that moment pretty clearly in my head. And it was unexpected because, like I said, didn't really have any interest in fashion leading up to that moment. Less than 24 hours later, we are wandering through the Duomo di Milano. So the Duomo di Milano is a 14th century cathedral in Milan, and it is unlike any church I had ever seen in my life. It looks like a castle, and it's just this mass of marble and granite and stained glass and metals and buttresses, and it's just this really, really ornate, cool looking building. And I remember walking through it just thinking, like, this must be what princesses back in the day felt like, you know, like wandering through what at that point was the closest thing I'd ever been to a real castle. You know, Disney castle obviously doesn't count. I'm walking through and I'm taking in the Duomo, and I remember thinking of how beautiful it was. And again, I pictured myself like a princess walking through the hall. And the irony of that is about 7 years prior to me being there, almost to the day, an actual princess was walking down the exact same place I was in at the Duomo. And she was accompanied by royalty of varying types. Real royalty, like her, Hollywood royalty, and rock and roll royalty, and fashion royalty, just the who's who of like the late 90s. And they were all gathered, clad in black, to mourn a incredibly important person in the fashion world. He was a brother, he was an uncle, he was a life partner, he was a friend, and he was an absolute legend. And that person is Gianni Versace. So Gianni Versace, from the early 1970s all the way up until his death in 1997, totally and completely revolutionized fashion. The man was just an absolute genius. And he is credited with a number of things, one of which is actually the advent of the supermodel. He brought sexiness and color and vibrancy into the fashion world in a way that had never really been done before. He was friends with celebrities, he was friends with people of all walks of life, and you don't get much more gold-gilded than him. You can't even think of the name Versace without picturing the classic gold Medusa's logo. And he left a mark, and his death shook the world. He was gunned down in the street, as his sister Donatella would later say, like a stray dog. And so in response to that, Donatella pulled every string the Versaces had, and there by that time were many. And she basically decided that in response to how he was so cruelly murdered, she would throw him a funeral fit for a prince. And so, welcome back to another episode of Crown Gilded and Screwed. My name is Cara Mae Adamo, and today we are covering the life of Versace. We're going to cover his early days in Calabria, his meteoric rise to fame in the fashion industry and throughout all types of celebrity, along with his unfortunate and unlucky demise, and what the aftermath of that was. Gianni Versace was born on December 2nd, 1946, in Calabria, Italy. In order to really get how he came to be and why he kind of struck at exactly the right time, you have to consider what was going on in the world right before his birth. So about 3 years prior to Gianni being born, there was still a world war going on. And Calabria was under Mussolini's rule. So once the war ended, literally right before Gianni's born, there was a bit of a communal release and a societal shift from war-torn Italy to this sort of renaissance culturally of people who were just so glad to have survived, glad to be alive, and it was all about rebuilding and moving forward in your life and sort of celebrating, even the ability to stand out in the sunlight because of everything that the entire world had just gone through. So when Gianni's born, that's the culture in Calabria. Yes, it is still in ruins in some respects. Yes, it is still a place that is poor. It's not necessarily built up like the rest of the world. They did not benefit financially quite as much from World War II as perhaps the United States and other parts of Europe did, but it is in a state of progression and rebuilding. And that is how he's brought in to life. Gianni is the son of Francesca and Antonio Versace. You could not have found two more different people that were incredibly in love with each other. Antonio was always working really hard to make sure that he was making ends meet. For a long time, he would take a cart and deliver coal to all of the neighbors in his city. Eventually, he moves on from coal to gasoline, and he builds a little bit of a business. So he starts with almost nothing when he marries Francesca, but he really does what he can to provide for his family. Francesca, who by the 1940s would have been in her 20s. She was born at a time when women really could only do certain jobs, especially in Italy. She wanted to be a doctor. Her dad told her to find a more ladylike profession, so she dedicates all of her time towards being a seamstress. But it turns out she's actually a really, really talented one. So while Antonio is delivering his coal and his gasoline and working on all of these little side businesses to get the family started, Francesca is also bringing in money as a seamstress and opens up a little dress shop for herself, where women from all over Calabria would come and they would have dresses professionally made for any number of events, whether it was a wedding or a christening or a dance, whatever they needed a dress for, they would come to her and she would make one custom for them. She became pretty well known for this, and actually women would come pretty decent distances to have Francesca make them a dress. She focuses on that and they start to have children. First, they have Santo, and Santo is Gianni Versace's older brother. Santo takes after his father quite a bit. He is an athletic guy. He's on the taller side. He really is like, daddy's little helper. Like, he helps him with the coal runs. He learns the business side of things from his father. Then you have Tina. Tina was a little girl that Francesca doted on. And then you have Gianni. Now, Gianni is absolutely enamored with his mother, and he plays a lot in the dress shop. He tries to run little errands. He's sort of like the little prince of all the seamstresses that worked for her. They would give him treats and they would let him play with the scraps of materials on the floor. And it really is kind of like the perfect breeding ground for essentially what would become one of the most amazing fashion designers of our time. He's not a particularly studious kid, but he's pretty smart. He's just incredibly creative and very artistic. Now, Santo and Gianni will talk about this time throughout their lives as being just this really wonderful, happy period in the family's lives. The parents were always dancing together with live music playing in the square. They would go for gelato on the weekends, and they just had a very happy childhood. The Versaces also gradually start making more and more money. Between Francesca's incredible talent and dedication to her work and reputation for being a very professional, hands-on seamstress who will show up to your wedding to make sure that everything looks right down to the detail, to Antonio's ability to just really crank out work, and he's wise with his money and where to put it and how to buy property and all of that, the Versaces gradually grow throughout their childhood into sort of a middle to upper middle class family. They're not millionaires necessarily, but they're not broke either. They're doing well. Now, the family does have a really nice, blissful time all the way up until Gianni is a little boy and they go to a festival or a carnival. And what ends up happening is Tina, his sister, falls and she scrapes her knee. Now, that shouldn't be a really big deal, except you have to remember that this is the 1940s to 1950s. So it was a bigger deal to cut yourself. She scrapes her knee, they take her to the hospital, and she's given medicine. Unfortunately, she's given the wrong medicine, and she ends up getting tetanus. So Gianni and Santo are sent to stay with their uncle for the night while they try to tend to Tina. For whatever reason, Gianni had some sort of a sixth sense that something was going wrong with his sister. And even though he's very young at this point, he escapes his uncle's house and he runs up to where his parents' house is. And he opens the door where he finds an open casket of his sister Tina still wearing her party dress from the night before. She unfortunately died, almost immediately. This shook him very, very young. It completely wrecked the family. Their mother was essentially incapable of functioning for quite a long time, understandably so. Eventually, they do actually pull out of it, and the Versaces go on to have another child much, much later in life, Donatella. Donatella's name is actually translates roughly to gift. It's kind of an open secret that she's essentially like a replacement for her sister. Like, she has gone down in history to say she always felt that she was the replacement daughter. As true as that may or may not have been, I will say Donatella is absolutely the apple of everybody's eye in this family. Everyone channels all of their grief and all of their misplaced love into Donatella, and they spoil her from the moment she can walk. Basically anything she ever wants, she can get, and that includes from her older brothers. And that's a dynamic that continues on throughout their lives. But at the time when they were young, it went so far as if Donatella spent all of her allowance, they would give her more money. Like, that was kind of like the gist. So as they're growing up in this shop, again, Santo is working with his dad. He's older, he's going to school, he's very studious, he's kind of an athlete. He's sort of like the guy's son. Gianni is smaller than his brother, and he's kind of not interested in anything having to do with sports. He doesn't really care about dating. He's just really into sketches and playing in the shop. And what he would do is he would eventually gradually start to sew together outfits with like scrap materials. He starts to really get like an eye for what his mother's doing. He's paying attention to her the entire time. Gianni, at 9 years old, designs his first dress. He sketches it out, and it's this pretty simple blue floor-length gown that's off the shoulder. Simple, clean, very refined for a 9-year-old. What's crazy about that sketch is that it comes to fruition, like another version of it. Princess Diana ends up wearing a version of Versace's very first dress. So that's kind of wild. Like, that's how well done it was. And before long, he's genuinely an asset to his mother's shop. But he's not really paying attention in school. He's not doing any of the things his father kind of wants him to do. And he's sort of listless. Gianni does have an interest in opera at this time as well. He had dreams very young of being a composer, although he never really showed either an aptitude for it or like a sincere dedication to it, because he doesn't really pursue it. It's just something that grabs a hold of him, and it was a concept in his head that he had. And he always, throughout the rest of his life, enjoys the opera, enjoys theater, loves the costumes, loves the whole vibe. So that's definitely a facet of his interest, but for the most part, it's fashion. Donatella, being young, couldn't really help out in her mom's shop as much as Gianni was at this point, but she does try, and she's very, very close to Gianni. Gianni and Donatella, from pretty much the get-go, are basically two peas in a pod. They are best friends. They operate almost like twins, and they essentially share a brain. Like, even though there's a 9-year age gap, the two of them are very, very, very close. And there is a story about him taking Donatella into town while his mother is working, and they come upon a statue of Medusa. Now, at this time, Gianni has been studying Greek, he's been studying Latin, he knows all of the mythology behind it, and he sees this statue of Medusa, and he is transfixed by it. And that stays in his brain, and he calls back to this moment later on in life, standing with Donatella and looking at Medusa and seeing her as this powerful, fierce, kind of almost terrifying being. Which, I mean, she's a chick with snake hair. She's a bit terrifying and edgy. That day becomes the reason for why he chooses it to be his logo later on in life. Donatella's there the entire time. Like, she's there from the onset. And as she gets into her preteens, he starts to sneak her out of the house, and they start to go to the disco together, and they start to smoke cigarettes and do all of the things that kids were doing, that maybe older kids were doing, Donatella would be doing way before her time, because her brother would take her. So by the 1960s, you have Donatella trailing after Gianni and sort of just being his like kid sister that's kind of allowed to be flighty, allowed to be a little irresponsible, but definitely like grounds him in a certain way. She also is very handy because this is the 1960s in Italy, and Gianni Versace is gay. So it's a little bit more forgivable, he discovered, to not have a girlfriend on his arm all the time if he had his kid sister with him, because it was like they were just hanging out, instead of he's roaming the streets by himself and not dating. So there was a little bit of a thing where she was the only person for a long time that like officially knew his sexuality, and she just covered for him, essentially. Gianni starts to design more and more in this time frame, and now he's starting to design for his sister. For the longest time, Donatella basically was essentially like a walking model for him. Now, she's a Sicilian girl, so she's short and she's curvy. She was always thin, but she's short. She's got thick athletic legs. She doesn't necessarily look like a traditional model, but she could wear high heels and she would always doll herself up. She was always one for dramatic makeup, dramatic accessories, and Gianni ate it up. So he would design for Donatella and he would style her. He is actually the reason that Donatella, for most of her life, has dyed her hair platinum blonde. She would tease it out. She would always have just this really cool, edgy flair to her. Most of that was designed by both her and Gianni, and he just viewed her as his muse. He often would say throughout his life that Donatella was, in his mind, the ideal woman. And again, he's gay, so it's not creepy. It's him literally just with appreciation looking at his sister and going, she's the ideal. I mean, I love my sibling. I don't know that either one of us have ever called the other one the ideal, but it just gives a sense of how truly close those two were, despite the fact that they would bicker like any siblings would, and would continue to bicker throughout their entire lives. Donatella would notoriously breeze into her mother's shop, grab a couple of pieces of fabric, hand it over to one of the seamstresses or her brother, and say that she wanted a new bikini that day, or she wanted a new jacket that day, or a scarf. And they would just make it for her on the spot because she was the boss's daughter. And I don't know, Donatella just always got whatever she wanted. Despite being kind of given everything, Donatella was also notoriously very, very giving. If any girl in the shop, whether it was a customer or a seamstress or whoever, would like admire something she was wearing, she would take it right off and just hand it to him. Whether it was earrings or shoes or whatever it was, she'd just gift it to somebody because she was always a generous person. Both her and Gianni learned that from their mother quite a bit. So life is going well for all of them. The family's getting more and more wealth under their belt. They move into a very nice, large flat in a very desirable part of town in Calabria. And eventually it gets to the point where they're looking around and they're going, all right, what's Gianni gonna do with his life? So this brings us to about 1970, 1971, and they didn't really know what Gianni wanted to do. By some accounts, he was not doing the best in school. He dropped out of either high school or college. I've seen reports on both. But either way, he just didn't really, he was kind of listless. He just was always in his mom's shop. So she gives him a little studio off to the side of the shop, and she says, listen, you can sell the clothing. You can design, you can sell. Maybe you can own a shop like mine, since this seems to be the thing you've always wanted to do. So he takes it and he runs with it, and he does pretty well with it and starts to get a little bit of a name. He thinks very much the way that his mother does, where like, if a girl comes into the shop and she wants a wedding dress done, he's going to show up with Donatella and they're going to dress her for her wedding. They're going to do the final touches, sew some detail work onto the dress, etc. It's always a very custom, very personal, very warm and welcoming environment. And that's something that they got from their mom and they instilled it in what they were doing. And it becomes kind of like the brand concept, basically. So eventually, though, Calabria is kind of a small town, and Gianni had big dreams. He did not want to just be in Calabria, no matter how comfortable the family life was there. And as much as he loved his mother, and as much as he loved his father, and he loved being around his sister and his brother, he wanted to see what else was out there for him. So now here's where we get into what fashion was doing at the time, because we are in the early 1970s, in the middle of a cultural shift that changes absolutely everything. See, up until this point, little dressmakers like Francesca were how everything was done. If you went to a boutique in Paris, it was all just haute couture. They create the dress for you on the spot with your measurements, and then it gets delivered to you, when they're finished with it. Not necessarily an off-the-rack kind of an experience. And women are starting to change what they do with their lives. In the 1970s, suddenly women were allowed to go to the workforce, and they wanted clothing to kind of celebrate that emancipation that they had. They were allowed to finally be a part of society in ways that they had never been before. This is after the civil rights movement in the United States. We're in that sector of the 1970s where women are wearing pants now. They're giving up the professionally done small dress shop clothing items that their mothers wore. They are looking for something a little bit sexier, a little bit more lively. And that is when Gianni really heads into his career. And he looks around, and because he's young, he sees it. And he definitely sees that Donatella feels it, because again, she's 9 years younger, but she's always hung out with older people. So she actually has the perfect perspective for him. So basically, Gianni is ready to start his career, and he's ready to move out of Calabria. And so what he does is he moves to Milan. Now, Milan at the time was not one of the fashion capitals of the world. It was headed in that direction, but Paris still kind of was peak at that point. What Italy was known for was really textiles, leather, fabrics, silks, anything like that, especially leather. But Italy's known for the fabrics and textiles, not so much the artisans. So what they started to do in Milan is these textile companies would actually front the money for artists like Versace to open their own boutiques. And then they would make a cut of whatever that shop would sell. And it was a way to kind of hard launch these designers and finance them so that they could push their textiles. And it was kind of brilliant. And it's something that totally changed everything in Milan. By the time Versace moves to Milan to start working for a label called Gianni's, there's already a fashion guy in town. Now that fashion guy is completely different than Versace. He is Milanese in a lot of ways, culturally especially, and his name is Armani. And Armani is much more buttoned up, much more formal. He had revolutionized the style of a sports coat and made it a little bit more leisurely, a little bit more sexy and tailored, took out the puffed sleeves of traditional suits, and made corporate wear very desirable. And this is incredibly popular in Milan, but it's also very popular in the United States because women in the United States are going to work and they're looking for something that's going to make them look and feel more respectable in the office. So Armani has a foothold in the United States and in Milan at this time, as do a number of fashion houses that have been there for a while. So Gianni comes in and he's got this Calabrian accent, he's got a laid back sort of Southern lifestyle to him, and he's absolutely unlike anything that is generally accepted in fashion in Milan at the time. And that creates a little bit of a struggle for him because all of the clothing he wants to make is a celebration of life. And he is up against all of these kind of stiff, buttoned up people. So he has some friction in Milan early on. He doesn't let that stop him because what companies like Gianni's realized is that the youth wanted something like Versace. They wanted something more colorful, more playful, again, more sexy. And so they let Gianni take their regular line from Complice and basically change it and alter it so that it has some staying power with the youth in the 1970s. And he really does hit his stride with this. Now, if you look at some of his earlier works, it's not quite as out there as traditional Versace would be, but you do see signs of him starting to play with the fabrics and play with the cuts. He is getting popular for his work at Gianni's. So popular, in fact, that his boss actually bought him a Volkswagen convertible as a thank you for how well he was doing with the line. And this is pretty early in his career. Around this time, Donatella's kind of getting antsy. She's getting a little bored. She goes to college to study languages. She always was very interested in languages, kind of had a knack for them. Her English notoriously was better than that of her brothers. She's focusing on her studies as much as she can, but any chance she gets, she goes off to Milan to hang out with her brother Gianni, which was actually kind of worrying Francesca. She was really afraid that Donatella wasn't going to find her own way and that she was just going to follow Gianni to the ends of the earth. And honestly, that is kind of what happened. After college, Donatella moves in with Gianni and they start to kind of work together. Now, at this point, Santo starts to help Gianni out with some of his contract work. Anytime he wants to renegotiate his contract at Gianni's, anytime he wants to take on other contracts with other brands, he calls on his brother Santo, who at this point has a finance degree, and Santo starts to do a lot of the business negotiations for him. And here's where we start to see the three of them really sort of falling into their place in the company, and they start to push each other forward. Eventually, Santo does actually end up moving to Milan, and now all three of them are in Milan, and Gianni is designing, Donatella is advising and helping, and Santo's doing a lot of the business stuff. He is now working around the clock, but he's completely revolutionizing fashion at this point for Milan. He doesn't really have a foothold in the States yet. Speaking of the States, around this time, on the other side of the world in California, a little boy is growing up. Now, this little boy is half Filipino, half Sicilian. His family moves into a neighborhood that is a little bit a cut above maybe the rougher sides of town where he's from. They are not necessarily wealthy people, but they are able to make ends meet. His parents instill in this kid quite a sense of appearances are important. And this kid's name is Andrew Cunanan. Basically, his parents wanted to give Andrew the absolute best things that they possibly could, much like the VERSACEs did. They do struggle a little bit more than the VERSACEs do, but they are providing a childhood for Andrew, and they work their asses off to send him to kind of a higher end school. Andrew is a little bit of a class clown. He's incredibly good looking, and he's very charismatic, and he's also brilliant. Like, he is a certifiable genius, and he's bored, and he's really ashamed of his family's kind of humble background. So what Andrew starts to do pretty early on, around this time in the 78, 79, 1980s range, is he starts to make shit up. And by that I mean he makes up what his dad does for a living. He makes up things about the family's finances. He gives the impression from the onset that he is very well-to-do, that he comes from money, he fits right in with all of these rich kids in his school, and for the most part, his classmates have, even in later on in life, said that they never really understood anything about Andrew's life to begin with. They knew what he would tell them, but they would never be invited over. So Andrew is very cleverly starting to thwart any suspicion that his family is lesser. And this is a personality trait that continues on throughout Andrew's entire tenure at his high school. By 1987, he graduates, and he sort of ominously has this yearbook quote in French that translates roughly to, "After me, the flood." That's his quote in his high school yearbook, which is attributed to Louis XV. Kind of not the normal thing a high school student puts in his yearbook, but that's the quote, which is pretty creepy. He was also voted most likely to be remembered, which again, crazy foreshadowing and very, very off-putting. But that's basically Andrew's humble beginnings and where he starts and what his personality's doing at the time that Versace over in Italy is just skyrocketing into fame as a fashion designer. Basically, he starts making waves, especially in the 1980s. The man may not be a rags to riches story, but he is certainly a meteoric rise, and he deserved it. He would walk around with a notebook in his back pocket to write down every little thing. He very notoriously would be inspired by anything. Sometimes it was a flower bed, sometimes it was just what a woman was wearing at a cafe. Whatever it was that he happened to see in the moment, he was constantly sketching, constantly writing down notes, and immediately translating those into clothing. So the man is working around the clock. He's an absolute notorious workaholic. He's also very popular. Gianni is kind of famously known to be a very happy, sweet, almost innocent personality. Yes, he was kind of a hard-nosed, Sicilian workaholic when he needed to be, and I can say that because my family is Sicilian. Trust me, it's in there. There's an intensity to that, and it can be a lot. But the flip side of it is the happiness is there too, and he's very lively, he's very fun. He doesn't really drink very much, but he likes to throw parties for his friends. So his apartment is always filled with models and photographers and journalists. as he's getting more and more popular, despite the fact that he himself is a relatively reserved person, he's able to be very gregarious when he needs to, and Donatella also is like that. So the Versaces are establishing basically like this sort of warm, glowy, colorful, very Southern Italian brand in the city of Milan. Eventually, they do open up a little boutique at the Villa da Sbriga, which is basically like a world-famous fashion mall, essentially. And that store does very, very well. They also start to branch out not just into fashion, but they start to do fragrances. Very early in the brand's kind of genesis, they do a lot of things. They get into furnishings, they get into accessories. Versace is everywhere. Unlike a lot of other brands, Santo made sure that they had creative license over basically everything that had their name on it, which allowed them to sort of maintain the integrity of the brand through and through, even in the early steps of the 1980s. Eventually, they start to make a lot of goddamn money. And Gianni notoriously loved to spend money. They start to buy properties, they buy mansions, eventually they buy a property over on Lake Como. Gianni actually revitalized Lake Como because it was kind of just a bunch of dying villas. And he bought one and started to throw a bunch of money at it and rejuvenate it and make it pretty again. It got a bunch of other A-listers interested in it, and it rejuvenated Lake Como, and now it's the vacation destination of the elite like it used to be in the 18th century. So everything he's touching, he's beautifying and he's making popular. He also, as I said earlier, is responsible for the advent of the supermodel. Gianni cared deeply about his supermodels, and he launched a lot of incredible names, like for instance, Naomi Campbell. He basically takes models, which always existed, but he makes them Versace in-house models and turns them into household names that don't even need a surname, which was unheard of at the time. They themselves become superstars instead of just hangers that clothing can be on. There is this notorious story where he has them walk down the catwalk mouthing the words to George Michael's Freedom while they're looking daringly and sexy and beautiful in their outfits. And it's this whole different vibe to fashion that did not exist prior to Versace. Now we take it for granted that that's how supermodels are, but back then, this was new. Donatella also understood pretty early on that celebrity was important. And celebrity and fashion wasn't always hand in hand. Up until the 1970s, MGM studios would have their costume designers design red carpet dresses. Fashion labels weren't really connected to celebrities, or especially to musical celebrities, until the Versaces came to town. Eventually, Donatella starts to do little things like let somebody like Bruce Springsteen borrow the villa on Lake Como occasionally, and all of a sudden they're friends with Bruce Springsteen, and now he's pushing the Versace-like clothing, and Versace started having celebrities and photographers and journalists all sit together at the front of the fashion shows, which was not really done before them. He brings an air of celebrity and elitism and edgy rock and roll sort of fun to the fashion world in a way that had not been done before. He's also at this point experimenting quite a bit with materials and even inventing his own new ones. So inspired by actually like the metal like gloves that people use to cut things, he actually creates his own new mesh material that actually drapes a lot like regular clothing would, like regular cloth clothing, but it's made of chainmail. And it's a nod to medieval times when like knights would wear chainmail, only Versace gets some textile companies to create lightweight chainmail that will drape in a slinky dress, and it becomes one of his absolute staples. He becomes known for melding things like silk and leather and metals and all different types of fabric into the same garment. Like something like this where you've got leather and you've got all this metal work and you have it on top of cloth, that wasn't really done as much until Versace showed up. And he's known for just combining all these different textures. Their name becomes very synonymous with creativity, with kind of historical throwbacks, like with the chainmail, and with Greek mythology, like the Greek key is a popular pattern for them. They also start to incorporate a lot of like work from avant-garde artists like Andy Warhol or Picasso. Basically, they would find ways to mimic classic, cool Art Deco, abstract art and weave it into their actual fabrics. Again, stuff that wasn't really done until the Versace showed up. They were very into prints. So now we're at about 1987, right? We have Andrew Cunanan in San Francisco now. He has graduated high school. He starts to go to college. He lasts like about a year and then he drops out because what he realizes is that he's so pretty and he's so fun and his lies are so goddamn convincing that he kind of can just sleep his way to the top. And he proceeds to do so. So he starts to date older gentlemen. And by older gentlemen, I mean like we're talking 40 years his senior. He starts to date really rich older gentlemen in San Francisco. So he drops out of college. Now he's living in these really nice apartments. He's got really nice cars. And he has 1,000 different stories for why he has all of this money. And he starts to befriend kind of members of the gay community over in San Francisco in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Pretty much nobody ever really like knew where this money was coming from, but they would gradually start to realize like he had boyfriends that took care of him. A bit of a trophy boyfriend, we'll say. So that's what Andrew's got going on. He's living his best life, I suppose. In the meantime, Gianni decides that his sister Donatella is ready to start designing her own stuff. 1989 to 1990 is when you start to see the onset of grunge. And grunge is very youthful. It's definitely kind of the cultural push for younger people at that point. And it's something that Donatella, who always was a little bit of a rocker anyway, and definitely friends with rock and roll artists. This is something that Donatella vibes with a little bit more than Versace. So what he does is he gives her kind of an offshoot of the Versace brand called VERSACE, which is kind of genius. And VERSACE was a little bit more leather jackets. It was a little bit more rocky, edgy, heavy metal, heavy clunky jewelry, just more Donatella's vibe. And Donatella continues to design for VERSACE between 1989 all the way through 2005 because it does resonate quite a bit with the younger crowd and it's a little bit cheaper than traditional Versace. So that's what's going on over in like the Versace universe. In 1990, he moves forward and starts to design for the San Francisco Opera. Now, this is a big deal for a couple of reasons. One, if you recall, back in the day, Gianni really loved the opera and he always wanted to have something to do with it. He never really let that go. So this was in a really weird way at the height of his career, designing costuming for the San Francisco Opera for their production of Capriccio. Was sort of him coming full circle and being able to take a nod to that part of him that he hadn't really been able to explore before. He really loved designing for the opera. He had already designed for the Paris Opera, so this was a really nice extension of that side of his personality. Now, the other reason why this is kind of key is guess who lives in fucking San Francisco? It's Andrew goddamn Cunanan. And this motherfucker is also allegedly at the opera. Now, I'm going to say allegedly because according to Cunanan and Cunanan's friends, this is where he meets Versace for the first time. There is a fictionalized retelling of the Versace murder and Cunanan's crime spree, and it involves a scene where they are both at the opera house having a very intimate conversation on stage where Cunanan is sitting there and telling Versace he wants all of this. He wants to be great. He wants greatness. And Versace, being a bit older than Cunanan and obviously much more successful than him, is sitting there sipping champagne, which is very much creative license because Gianni did not really drink. He's sipping champagne and he's casually telling him, Andrew, I'm not going to just hand this stuff to you, and one day you're going to understand why that's so important. That scene is based on some information that Cunanan ran home to his friends and told, but it is largely debatable because the entire Versace family has denounced this as false, including Antonio DeMarco, who is Versace's longtime life partner. They met in kind of the early part of like 1982. So by this time, they would have been together a very long time. He was around Versace all the time. They were thick as thieves. They were the absolute loves of each other's lives. According to Antonio, this never happened. There also really isn't a lot of evidence that it did. Now, I don't know where I stand on whether or not it happened because, I mean, maybe not that exact scene, but I could imagine them maybe like crossing paths in San Francisco. If this would have actually happened, it's always possible they could have brushed shoulders at a gay club over in San Francisco, but it would definitely not have been the kind of dramatic, personalized moment that is created for the screen. Now, that show is actually great. They tell you right off the bat that they take creative license. It is brilliantly acted. I do recommend watching it for entertainment value, but do know that the entire Versace dynasty has denounced the show, as did Antonio himself. So take it with a grain of salt, but if you do want to watch it, it does exist. But going back to actually like this alleged meeting, this is key because this is where Andrew, regardless of whether or not this actually happened, this is where Andrew starts to talk about Gianni a lot. Now, he talked about a lot of people. He always bragged about who he knew. He liked to name drop. Again, this is a man who makes money via social currency and his looks. He's a little bit of a call boy. He does not necessarily have his foot in reality, nor has he ever really needed to have his foot in reality. His parents encouraged him to always be the life of the party and always care about appearances, and he basically took that to the bank. So he's living his life based on all of these supposed stories. Whether they happened or not is up for debate. He was a notorious liar, so again, grain of salt. Regardless, Gianni is designing the costuming for the San Francisco Opera, and he really thoroughly enjoys it, and for most of his career really loves to design for the stage. Because if you look at most of Gianni's work, it's theatrical, it is dramatic, it is a celebration of life. He wanted everybody to just see that in his work. It's that Southern Italian just zest that was coming out of him. And that largely informed most of his pieces. So of course, the opera and any other sort of theater, any sort of ballet or rock star, collaboration, all of that really, really vibed with the sort of thing Gianni was more or less pushing. In 1992, we have a couple of really major shifts in Gianni's life. Number one is he befriends Elton John. So Elton John notoriously loved Gianni's clothing. Elton John obviously was a very flamboyant gay rock star. He was known for buying hundreds of thousands of dollars of Gianni's works in the early 90s, late 80s, sight unseen. Like he would just buy out the entire collection. So Elton hops a plane, he decides to go to Milan, and he shows up, and the owner of that franchise of Gianni's stores calls up Gianni himself and says, "Hey, Elton John's here." And Gianni drops what he's doing. He closes the shop up so that Elton can sort of shop in peace. And they start to talk, and they realize they are both gay men in the 1990s. They are both very successful at what they do. And they start to really form like a genuine friendship. And it becomes one of the closest friendships the two of them ever have in their lives. Shortly thereafter, Elton starts to stay over at Lake Como as a guest, which Elton's actually kind of notorious for not wanting to stay at other people's houses. So the fact that he felt so comfortable with the Versaces that he would just spend extended stays at their Lake Como residence really speaks to how warm and welcoming he felt that family was. Elton also starts to have Gianni design for him, and Gianni does design a number of outfits for Elton's tour for 1992 and 1993. So they start what is basically a lifelong friendship. They become incredibly close. Antonio's close with them. So is Donatella. Around this time, Donatella is starting to battle her lifelong battle with addiction, and they are so close that at one point, Elton, who had his own previous battles with addiction, noticed pretty fast that Donatella was suffering and struggling, and he's the one who tips Gianni off to the fact that his sister needs help. Like, he becomes kind of an older brother figure to her in some ways, and he really, really assimilates into that whole family. So they are very close. That's a big part of what goes down in 1992 for Gianni. The other thing that happens in 1992 is Gianni, on a freak accident, ends up on a layover in Miami with Antonio. And they're kind of bored. Like, they didn't expect something about a plane having to be canceled or whatever. They're stuck in Miami, and so they decide to kind of roam around and take in the sights. They start to notice how beautiful the Art Deco style architecture is all up and down like the strips in Miami, because all of these hotels were these incredible throwbacks to the 1920s. And Gianni fell in love with them because he loves Art Deco. So much so that he actually ends up buying a residence that becomes known as the Casa Casarina. So he buys the Casa Casarina and he throws a metric fuck ton of money at this villa to rejuvenate it. And it was known as like basically being a gay man's wet dream. Like, there are sexually explicit frescoes on the wall. They have ornate furniture everywhere. You've got fountains. There's a big Medusa symbol on the gate. Like, this thing is Gianni's personality through and through. He throws everything he has into it. He buys like $400,000 worth of furniture out the gate, like in one sitting, starts to go to auctions, just really furnishes the fuck out of this place. And it becomes his refuge for a long time. So he buys it in 1992. They start the restoration process and the furnishings. And before long, that's where he starts to really spend the bulk of the little free time he actually has. Him and Antonio begin to make that kind of their like favorite residence out of all of the homes that they own. They also own homes all over the world. They had a brownstone over in New York. They had their place on Lake Como. This just happened to be like sort of their crown jewel. And in the 1990s, the gay scene in Miami was up and coming, and Gianni felt very warm and safe there at a time when him and Antonio didn't necessarily feel like they could be out and about publicly with each other in other places in the world. So Miami becomes their refuge. It becomes their sanctuary. They have their favorite home there, complete, by the way, with one of the most beautiful pools I've ever seen in my life, with a very elaborate mosaic bottom. Gradually, however, in 1996, Gianni gets sick. And at first, a lot of people thought it might be AIDS, because the AIDS epidemic had just happened in the 1980s and early 1990s. People were still often finding out that they had it. And it was, I mean, it's a big deal now, but it was a crushing situation back then. Because it was an open secret that he was gay, everybody sort of assumed he might be HIV positive. He actually wasn't. Gianni actually had inner ear cancer, and he almost dies from it. He suffers for quite a bit. He's not really able to work, and he kind of has to slow himself down. So during that period of time, Donatella picks up the reins of the Versace label and starts to sort of work in her brother's place. This doesn't last long. By 1997, he bounces back and he is more alive than he's ever been. He, at this point, feels like now he's been given a second lease on life. So he's vivacious, he's excited, he wants to take over his company again, he's designing again, and everything's very fresh, because now, if you've ever had a near-death experience, which I actually have, it changes everything. And Gianni already had a zest for life, but now it's like tenfold. So he is energized, he's starting to take care of himself better. Him and Antonio are in this celebratory peace of mind in their lives. And now he feels like he's ready to take on the world in a way that he never has before. This is about 1997. Andrew, on the other hand, is in California, and he is starting to age out of his previously very good looks. Andrew is now about 28 years old. He is starting to gain a little bit of weight. He's starting to not necessarily have the same kind of pull that he had when he was like a hot young stud. So his fancy boyfriend breaks up with him. And the problem with being a trophy anything, wife, husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, the problem with that is if you age out of it, you don't have much to go off of. And because gay marriage was illegal, it's not even like he had a prenup. Like, the dude was just fucked. So he's broke, he's single, he's starting to use drugs, and he is getting a little nervous. So Andrew obviously has always had a bit of a screw loose. The motherfucker was just living in a fantasy world, and that fantasy world was starting to crash the hell down around him. So while Gianni is living this rejuvenated, oh my God, I almost lost everything, now all that matters is life moment, you have Andrew, who's losing everything rapidly, but it's his own fucking fault. And because he's never earned anything in his life, now he's blaming everybody else, because that's what people do when they've never earned anything for themselves. So Andrew starts to have what had to have basically been an absolute nervous breakdown. So at the time, there are two men that Andrew knows. One of them is a friend of his named Jeff Trail. Jeff Trail is a former veteran. He is a gay man, and he is living in San Francisco. They are both friends with a man named David Madsen. Now, David Madsen is an architect. He's a good-looking guy. He's very successful. He's very talented at what he does. Him and Jeff are good friends. Andrew is friends with Jeff. Andrew is in love with David. Absolutely in love with David. And honestly, like, if you look at David, I don't even blame him, because the man looked like a walking Ken doll. So he's in love with David, talks about him like he's his like love of his life. Here's like the thing though, they barely went out for like a couple of weeks to maybe a couple months. It's not like they were together. Not that the following events would rationalize that, even if they were, but like put in perspective that like this is supposedly like the love of this dude's life, and like they barely dated. Like stage 5 clinger, like just not a good vibe. Jeff Trail and David end up moving to Minnesota. Now, they supposedly only moved as friends. It is insinuated in that show that maybe they might have been a little bit more than friends. Doesn't really matter, because neither of them were with Andrew. But Andrew's just like losing his fucking mind. So now he's broke. He doesn't have his fancy cars. He doesn't have his fancy like place to live. He doesn't have his, boyfriend paying for everything. He's kind of out of options, and allegedly he might have even believed that he was HIV positive at this point. I don't know if he actually believed that, but there were rumors that he may or may not have thought he was. So either way, the dude is at the end of his rope, and what little psychological, strength he might have had is shaking really hard. And he is overwhelmed with jealousy over the fact that Jeff and David have moved away to Minnesota and seem to be sort of thriving. So now we're in the spring of basically like 1997. Gianni, like I said, over in Italy, he's chilling, living his best life, really, really excited about a lot of things. He is prepping for this incredibly big fashion show over in Paris, and him and Donatella, per their usual, are fighting like cats and dogs, but that was kind of their love language, which, let me tell you, Sicilian families kind of is your love language. It's the way of our people. We fight. We fight for fun. Basically, what they're bickering about is like, Gianni wants to take over the fashion show, and he wants like, he's such a over-the-top perfectionist and always was, that he's like starting to micromanage. But Donatella is sitting there like, for the last like year or two, I've been basically keeping this bitch afloat. I know what I'm doing. You need to chill. They're having a bit of like a dick measuring contest with each other, but it just happens. By this time, Donatella's husband, Paul Beck, is used to it. He just blows it off, leaves the room, lets them fight. Antonio also kind of shrugs it off. Antonio never really gelled with Donatella to begin with. Donatella did not necessarily love sharing her brother's affections. So like Antonio and Paul Beck would just nope the fuck out and like leave them to bicker and fight, because it would never really amount to much if they tried to involve themselves. So anyway, so they're fighting, they're bickering, but they're planning this fashion show. And they also kind of enjoy the bickering. So like, it's not like that serious, they're doing their thing. So Andrew, while they're planning their fashion show in Paris, Andrew is just a nervous goddamn wreck. So he decides to pay Jeff and David a visit in Minnesota. This is where the story gets a little cray. And by that I mean Andrew's insane. So Andrew shows up, and the details of how this all goes down, a little fuzzy, because, on the one hand you've got the show, and on the other hand you've got like what you can read about in books. The long and the short of it is, at some point, David, Jeff, and Andrew are all in David's apartment, and Andrew takes a fucking hammer and beats the shit out of Jeff Trail until he's dead. Like, escalated, like beat the man with a hammer, like a claw hammer. Bit dramatic. A little bit after that, basically, like, he takes David with Jeff's gun, takes David and like runs for it after rolling Jeff up in like a carpet in David's house. So by the time David's coworkers get a hold of his landlord, because he doesn't show up to work that day, and that was very unlike him, by the time this happens, they've already made a run for it with like, and like David's dog is in the house, but that's it. Like they like ditch the dog and they make a run for it in like a car, and David is like at gunpoint in the car with Andrew. The landlady finds him, like finds Jeff, sees that he's a dark-haired man, which is the only thing anybody remembers seeing David with, a different dark-haired man. And they put two and two together and they call the cops. And now the cops are looking for David, thinking that David has beat the shit out of Jeff Trail in a lover's quarrel or something and is on the run. Nobody realizes that Andrew Cernanon's involved. It isn't until a little bit later that they catch on, oh, David's a victim. 2 days later, David is shot point blank, again, off in the middle of nowhere, is shot point blank in the head, and Andrew's nowhere to be seen. So now he has killed two people, Jeff and David, separate of each other. I don't really even understand what like the point of taking David elsewhere. Like, you could have just shot him in the house, but regardless, the good part of the story is the dog ends up okay, but Jeff and David unfortunately lose their lives. It's freaking awful because neither one of these people had this coming. So now Andrew is on a run. He's also out of money. So Andrew goes to a place in Chicago and he calls up this millionaire real estate mogul named Lee Miglin. Now, Lee Miglin is married, but he's swings in a couple different directions, one might say. He is married. His wife is away on a business trip. He stays back and he has Andrew over at the house. I will not get into the crazy details about what ends up happening to Lee Miglin, but basically by May 7th, Lee Miglin is brutally tortured and murdered. His very well-known green Lexus, like he had like a particularly interesting looking Lexus, is also missing. So now the Lexus is missing and Andrew is now on the run, and now he has killed 3 people in a small period of time, which technically classifies him as a serial killer. So now Andrew is a serial killer and he's on the run in Lee Miglin's Lexus. The way that they figure out where the Lexus is the fucking dumbass makes a call, like doesn't rip out the car phone from the car, because this is like the late 90s. So if you had a car phone, first of all, you were balling out of control. But the car and the car phone were like one and the same, so they could like figure out where the car was at all times. So they make a call to the car to figure out where this car is. So now Andrew has to get rid of this car. So he drives all the way the hell to New Jersey and goes to a Civil War cemetery where he spots William Reese, where he is a groundskeeper for the Civil War cemetery. And he shoots William Reese in the head. This is now May 9th, so it's 2 days after Lee Miglin, which was like maybe 5 days after David Madsen. So now he has killed his 4th victim. Now in New Jersey, he steals William Reese's truck and he drives it all the way down to Miami. So that's what Andrew's been up to. He goes on this crazy killing spree and kills 4 innocent people in a matter of basically less than like a month, like really a couple of weeks at the most. That's what's going on with him. Gianni is in Paris and he's bickering with Donatella, and more or less Donatella gets through to him and she's like, listen, I've got this. You've got some business shit you need to take care of. I have this. Get out of my hair. It will be fine. I will make sure the fashion show goes well. So Gianni listens, and him and Antonio fly off to New York where they signed the paperwork to make Versace public in both Milan and New York, which is like insane. Like back then, that had not been done before for a fashion house. This was like a bucket list item for Gianni. He really wanted to make this deal go through so that they were public in both stock exchanges. So he flies down from New York, he flies into Miami, where he's kind of excited to just sort of have some downtime with Antonio. Remember, he is bouncing back from having cancer. He is hearing that the fashion show is probably going to go really well, and he has just signed the deal of a lifetime for his company. So he's flying high. Gianni was sort of a local celebrity in Miami, both officially, because he actually was a celebrity, and also because he was just really well known in that crowd. He was known for being very gregarious with everyone, very kind to a lot of people. He just enjoyed just being himself and would say hi to anybody who wanted to talk to him. He was beloved in Miami. Like, they kind of were a power couple in Miami in the late 90s. By now, they've been living there basically for 5 years. They are well known. They feel at home. They feel like they don't really need any security necessarily because people just talk to them on the street. And they like to frequent a lot of different haunts pretty regularly. They go to regular gay clubs. They like to go to a lot of the restaurants. They know everyone. And that includes a place called the News Cafe, where Gianni loved to go down, grab an espresso in the morning. He'd pick up some magazines. Sometimes he'd send his assistant, but sometimes if he wanted to go for a walk, he would wake up bright and early, go for a swim in the pool, and then he'd go get his magazines and his coffee over at the News Cafe, which is still there. It's a pretty good joint, kind of a local haunt. Definitely got a lot of press because of Gianni. So now we are in June of 1997. And Gianni wakes up bright and early on June 15th. And Antonio had plans with aforementioned neighbor to go play tennis. Gianni didn't really feel like sending his assistant to go get his coffee and magazines. It was a really bright, beautiful, sunny day out. He was feeling in a good mood. He just wanted to go and grab his magazines. He's already called Donatella in Paris and driven her nuts. So she tells him to take a chill pill. So he goes and goes for a walk to go get his magazines and his coffee. Chats up the guy who owns the place and walks back down to his mansion. He fumbles with his keys. He puts the key in the lock and the lights go out. And the reason the lights go out is Andrew Cunanan, disguised in a baseball cap, walks right up to Versace from across the street and shoots him point blank in the head. The bullet went through his head. He actually shot him twice. He shot him once in the back of his right ear and then again in his head. One of those bullets goes through his head and allegedly hits a dove that also dies next to him on the steps of his house. His magazines are everywhere. His blood is all over the stairs. And people heard the shots, including Antonio. Everyone rushes out. And a woman who was a neighbor pointed in the direction of where Andrew had run. And the neighbor runs on foot after him, which is a bold ass move, just screaming for him. Andrew whips around and points the gun at the neighbor and runs away. They call the police, they call the ambulance, they announce that Gianni's been shot. You can hear them on the call saying who would do this, and Andrew disappears. Now, here's the thing about Andrew is he had a weird way about him where he could kind of hide in plain sight. He was one of those really unusual situations where, like, with very little effort, he could disguise himself with a hat, with new clothes, just by growing a beard, by throwing on some glasses. He could Clark Kent this shit. You would never know who he was. And he hides in plain sight for several days. What's crazy about this is just before this happens, Andrew had been hiding out in Miami for like a month at this point, like almost a month. In order to get money to even stay in the hotel that he was staying in, waiting for his moment to like attack Gianni Versace, he hawked a coin, like a really expensive coin that he stole from Lee Miglin. He goes to a pawn shop, so he has cash to like pay for his hotel room. Obviously not a very high-end establishment since they were just taking cash. Now in Florida, legally, he has to present an ID and sign paperwork for this coin with the pawn shop. He does so, and out of nerves, gives his real fucking name. This whole time, he's been going by all of these different alias names. Even in San Francisco, he never went by like his real name. He had fake names all the time, like from the moment he left his parents' house. Now, all of a sudden, he's signing his legal name and he shows his legal ID to the pawn shop clerk. He's on the run for murder. He's now a serial killer. He's America's Most Wanted, 4 kills in a month, and he hawks a coin and signs his legal name. And the pawn shop has to provide that stuff to the police. Like anytime they take something like an expensive ass coin that seems a little sus that this kid would have, they have to give the paperwork to the police. They hand it to the police, but the dude who would normally like look over that paperwork is off duty for like several days, and it just sits on his desk. And he doesn't come to work until after Gianni's shot. Now, to be fair, there's no reason for why they would assume that he would be in Miami. He could be anywhere at this point. It's the 1990s. He can hide wherever he wants. People disappeared all the time. His last kill was in New Jersey. Before that, it was Chicago, and before that, it was Minneapolis, and he himself lives under an alias in San Francisco. They didn't have a reason to know that he would be in fucking Miami, of all places. But the paperwork said he was there, and they didn't check the paperwork because the guy wasn't around. And I guess, I don't know, they must have been short-staffed because no one looked at this paperwork to figure out who signed for this random-ass coin. It's such a like quirk of fate. And it's the kind of thing that like, had the dude even been on duty, they would have been like, oh shit, he's here. And none of this probably would have happened. Or at least the Miami part of the story wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. And Gianni Versace was shot, and he was announced dead before 10 o'clock in the morning on July 15th, 1997. For a little while, it's all of Miami's locked down. Nobody can find Andrew. Eventually, they do find him in a houseboat. They heard a shot in the houseboat, and that shot was heard around like 3:30 in the afternoon. By 8 p.m. that day, they chose to walk into the houseboat, armed and dangerous, so I guess I kind of get it. Andrew had shot himself, committed suicide, and he was already cold by the time they found him. That is the story of Andrew Cunanan, and that's where his story ends. Gianni Versace obviously mattered a lot to a lot of people, and his death was very sudden and very terrifying, and the end of a 5-person killing spree, 6th if you count Andrew himself. It was unheard of, it was unexpected, it rocked everyone, and Donatella got the call in Paris, and she actually didn't answer because she was annoyed at Versace because he had annoyed her earlier that day, bugging her about the Paris show. Santo then had to answer a second call, ran in, grabbed Donatella, told her what happened. She fainted. Eventually, he gets her up to her hotel, and she immediately thinks about her children who are in the next room watching cartoons. She tries to get tries to get to them before they find out from the television what happened to their uncle, who they were very close to. He was a doting uncle. He loved being an uncle. Unfortunately, she got there too late because she fainted, and the kids found out via TV. They immediately run to their mother, and they run to Santo, and they cry, and thus starts this whole thing of Donatella saying they gunned him down in the street like a stray dog. He will have a funeral like a prince. So Donatella pulls strings in Milan, which kind of shocks Santo because the Versaces never really felt super welcomed in Milan because, again, of the North versus South, buttoned up Milanese, posh, stylish stuff versus like the kind of crass Versaces. But eventually he started to sort of get it. It was that she wanted the Duomo. And that brings us full circle to where I was when I was 17, standing in the Duomo, imagining what it was like to be a princess, not realizing that 7 years prior, Princess Diana and all of the who's who of Gianni's life were sitting there mourning his death. Elton John was there, Sting was there, Armani showed up, even though those two kind of had this really crazy, toxic rivalry between the two of them. Like back in fashion shows back in the day, they would scream at each other. Like they were not necessarily friends. Even Armani showed up. I think he probably, in the end of the day, really respected Gianni, even though they were wildly different from each other. Obviously, Paul Beck and Donatella and their children were there. Santo was there with his wife, Christina. People from all different aspects of Gianni's life sat in the Duomo and mourned his death because a crazed nutcase decided to end his life very sporadically and kind of randomly. Nobody really knows for sure why Andrew chose to kill Versace. Because Andrew took the coward's way out and killed himself, nobody really will ever know. By the way, that's not necessarily me talking shit about people who commit suicide. I think that that's a really serious and complicated subject. But when you're a mass murdering fuckhead, you don't get my respect. So I will talk shit about it when it comes to him, because that is the coward's way out. That's not answering for your crimes. That's causing mayhem, causing pain, causing horror, and just getting out before anyone can call you out on it. The best that I can assume is that Andrew Cunanan probably wanted to be Versace in a lot of ways. He always wanted to be wealthy. He always wanted to be more. He was brilliant. But like a lot of brilliant people who don't realize their talent and don't put the work behind their talent, he was bitter. And he may have thought that he had HIV, although I will say that in the autopsy, it turned out he did not. So he literally just did that. I mean, not that that would have been a reason to do it, but he didn't even really have that as an excuse. He was just a dude who was aging out of a very cush lifestyle, and he didn't have a plan. And he snapped and was always probably a little bit of a sociopath anyway, because that's what people do when they're chronic liars, is they just keep lying and lying and lying until it's over. And again, you know, his yearbook phrase was, "After me, the storm." And he was given most likely to be remembered, and he certainly was. Gianni Versace was an incredible force of nature. He was, from everything I've ever read, a very good person. He had a fiery temper, but he doted on most of his nieces and nephews and his employees, and he would buy them gifts and just little trinkets to let you know that he thought about you. He loved Antonio profoundly, and he adored his family, and he adored fashion and life, and lived it as loudly as he possibly could, and put as much creativity into the small amount of time that he had. And he turned himself into a king among men, and I think that's why we should remember him that way. Thank you for watching. My name is Karamea Adamo, and if you liked this, please like and subscribe. You can also hit us up on Spotify if you prefer the podcast version. Find us on Facebook, and we will see you next time. The year is 1978. Absolute rock legend and bombshell Debbie Harry is about to release her third studio album, Parallel Lines. Now, on this album, there is a track that starts off with the lyrics, "Once I had a love, and it was a gas, then turned out, had a heart of glass."
Now, obviously, the Blondie singer was, of course, singing in metaphors, right? Like, she didn't actually mean that she had a heart of glass. The song lyrics were about fragility. They were about being easily hurt or being emotionally vulnerable to the point where, if wounded, you would feel breakable. Through this new wave dance rock, Debbie Harry was weaving a conceit wrapped in an unusual 7/4 time signature. But what if she actually meant it? What if she actually grew to believe that some part of her, or even all of her, was physically made of actual glass? Like, how wild would that be? And yet, throughout history, several people have genuinely believed that they were. And what's even crazier about this is that almost all of them were either royal or at least of noble birth. And so, welcome to another episode of Crowned, Gilded, and Screwed. My name is Cara Mae Adamo, and if you are new here, welcome. Basically, the format of the show is that we do a deep dive on either a royal person or a royal adjacent person, as I like to say, somebody who is born into basically the same level of privilege or attains that level of privilege pretty early on in life. And they lead a very charmed existence from the outside looking in. But for whatever reason, sometimes even because of that privilege, they are unlucky in some capacity. Today, however, we are going to be deviating from that format. Instead of doing a deep dive on like one single gilded, sad sap of a person, we are actually going to be discussing the glass delusion and how it has affected a number of people throughout history, most of whom happen to be royal. So, what's the glass delusion? Literally, it's when a person believes that one of their body parts or even their entire body is physically made of glass, like I said before. Now, this might sound kind of ridiculous, and yeah, it kind of is ridiculous, but it's actually kind of a spin-off series from previous similar delusions that happened before it. Like, for instance, pottery delusion, which was pretty much the same thing, except people believed that they were made of pottery and would also subsequently shatter on the floor. The one thing about pottery delusion, though, is that it wasn't specific to like the upper classes. Pretty much everybody throughout the different class systems had the possibility of having pottery delusion. Once the glass came to Europe in larger quantities, though, around the 1300s, pottery delusion took a back seat. So basically, view glass delusion as the sequel. It's the originals for pottery delusion's Vampire Diaries. So why did the glass delusion only affect the elites, though, since pottery delusion didn't? Well, honestly, it's because glass was kind of a rich person thing. The most infamous story of this affliction came about in the mid-1300s, and at that point, most average Joes hadn't and probably wouldn't ever see glass. They just didn't have access to the stuff. So it's unlikely that you're going to believe that you're made of something when you barely even know what it is. So simply put, they just weren't around it. So for the most part, we only see glass delusion in royalty, or at least cases were the only ones that were noticed or recorded. Since doctors in the Middle Ages were pretty scarce, they pretty much only took the time to treat the mental illnesses and derailments of, the dude bros in charge, partly because they were in charge and also because, money. So who were these doctors, and how did they view glass delusion, and how did they treat it according to the health guidelines of the Middle Ages? So first, let's talk about medieval medicine in general, because it does inform how they interpreted things like the glass delusion. Now, to start off, they believed in a theory known as humorism, which took me about 400 different tries to pronounce correctly. Humorism was the belief that the body contained 4 fluids, or quote-unquote humors, and each of these were capable of affecting various aspects of a person's health, including their temperament or mental health and stability. Because it was the Middle Ages and every doctor was a glorified crystals girl, these humors were connected to a bunch of seemingly unrelated cosmic shit. These dudes probably would have been super into like sound baths and like zodiac signs. But since they didn't really have access to tech and modern science, I guess we can give them a pass. Like, you know, if it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't be where we're at now. So sparkle on, broskies. So the first of these humors is yellow bile, which is about as charming and lovely as it sounds. Yellow bile is connected to choleric, it's connected to childhood, and also your gallbladder, and it's associated with summertime, as well as fire and the planet Mars. Generally speaking, it also is associated with all things that are hot and dry, so it's sort of the Sahara desert of, you know, the humors. Next, we have blood, which is related to optimism, actually. It's also related to your heart, to springtime, to adolescence. It is associated with the planet Jupiter, and its element is air. It's also connected to hot and moist things. Moving on, we have phlegm. So again, charming. It is linked to your brain, to autumn, to maturity, and also to the moon. So like not a planet, but close enough, still celestial. Its element is water, and it covers all things cold and moist. And so that leaves the fourth humor, which is black bile. Black bile was linked to wintertime. It was also linked to your spleen, old age, and Earth. Not the planet Earth, but more like the dirt, you know, like the element Earth. The black bile's celestial counterpart is actually Saturn. So the planet is Saturn. It's also linked to things that are cold and dry, and it is considered the cause of melancholy. Now, melancholy by definition is a sort of pensive sadness. It's similar to what we might diagnose as depression these days. In the Middle Ages, anyone with either depression or anxiety-related symptoms leading up to and including delusion was considered melancholic, and so black bile was largely to blame. Mental illnesses were also considered to be a sign of demonic possession because, like, fucking course they were. So naturally, the glass delusion is considered a part of melancholia and that black bile humor, as well as potentially demonic possession. So that's basically how, you know, humoralism worked, and that's how the doctors and the clergy might interpret somebody with this affliction. So now that we've talked about like what it is, let's talk about the people who actually had it, starting with history's most famous case, Charles VI of France. Now, Charles VI was born in 1368 in Paris. He is the son of Charles V, the king at the time. And by all accounts, he had a pretty normal childhood, but the kid did get kind of a early bout of unfortunate luck in that his dad died when he was pretty young. That would be hard enough on any kid, except because he was the prince and the heir apparent, it actually made him king at 11 years old. Now, because he's only 11, he wasn't actually like in charge of shit. It was more of he would sit in the room and then other advisors would kind of command the kingdom and he would learn from them. It was basically like an apprenticeship to be like, you know, the king. Now, who were these advisors? Well, they should have been his father's advisors because his father was pretty good at being a king. He had a pretty decent rule. Unfortunately, his father had some brothers and his brothers were dickheads. So the brothers muscled all of the advisors out and they took over. And so the quote unquote advisors that would be in the room were these very selfish ass brothers. So now we have these spiteful ass brothers that basically use their position as, you know, the governing body to essentially drain the coffers. And little Charles kind of watched this and he was aware that it wasn't a very popular thing. So as soon as he turns 19, he ousts them, gets rid of their asses, he fucking fires them, and he takes his dad's head of government and he puts them in their place and is like, you did a good job last time. I don't necessarily love what my uncles are doing. Fuck them. You're in charge. Let's go. And for a little while, it's actually pretty great. He doesn't have a lot of really upsetting moments up until his like early 20s. So between 19 and his like maybe 24, he marries Princess Isabel and they start having kids. So now he's a new dad. He's a new king. He's just ousted his uncles. Like life's a little stressful. He's got some stuff on his plate and he starts to kind of buckle under the pressure. I will be honest, like I'm going to gloss over some of the things that happened in Charles's life because it would take 1,000 years. And I'm actually saving most of this for our deep dive on him because he is a candidate for his own episode. But just know that a number of traumatic events do end up happening to him that kind of start to mess with his brain. I personally think he probably had some level of post-traumatic stress. Either way, even if he didn't, he did contract what we believe might have been typhoid, and he suffered from several fevers that were very, very high and for extended periods of time. Like we're talking a good week or two, sometimes more than that, of very, very disturbingly high fevers, during which he started to hallucinate. So now you have these doctors and they are using the four humors to sort of diagnose and figuring out what's going on with him. And now he's starting to hallucinate. So they're starting to think it's, the black bile, it's melancholia that he's starting to get, because it was sort of just a blanket term for mental illness for the most part at that point. And eventually he does start to get better, but the lasting effects of these fevers seem to have really taken their toll. Even the Pope at the time of Charles's reign noted in his personal paperwork that he believed those fevers severely impacted the mental stability of Charles. It's really sad too, because Charles started out being called Charles the Beloved. I suspect that was probably because he was like an 11-year-old cute little kid when he became king. It was in the Middle Ages when everybody was Philip the Brave or something the something. He was Charles the Beloved up until his early to mid-20s. After his crazy fever and after he starts to have these hallucinations, Charles has moments where he's completely lucid and he's fine and he's able to conduct everything the way that he should. Then he would have moments that would last weeks and sometimes months of absolute fucking craziness. Like he would go off the deep end and he would not recognize people in his court. He would not recognize his own wife sometimes, even though she gave him 6 kids. He was suffering dramatically. He would see things that weren't there and he would come in and out of these mental episodes. And poor Isabel tried really hard to be regent in his stead, but she wasn't very good at it. So the whole thing started to crumble. Eventually, Charles the Beloved became known as Charles the Mad. If any of you have seen our Anne Neville episode where we compare the Red Queen and Margaret of Anjou to Cersei Lannister, where there's that Game of Thrones and Alice in Wonderland tie-in. In this case, I kind of wonder if maybe he took Charles the Mad and turned him into the Mad King. I kind of see a correlation there. And I wouldn't really be surprised because the Middle Ages was kind of the right time period. Either way, Charles the Mad is now just descending further and further into his sicknesses, and they're lasting longer and longer. There is an incident that is recorded where he and his posse are riding through the woods somewhere, and some fucking dude just shows up and starts talking at him as he's riding with all of his buddies. And the dude starts to tell him, "You have a traitor in your midst. Be careful. Don't trust them. They're out to get you." And Charles, who's not mentally well, listens and turns around and thrashes out at his own guys because of this fucking dude. I've seen conflicting research on whether or not they died or not, but I know he definitely injured some of these guys. Eventually, they had to basically hold him down and subdue him and drag him off because he was so crazed because he believed that there was a Judas in his midst. But here's the thing, I'm not entirely sure if that guy actually existed, the dude who was talking to him, because I don't know, I kind of feel like the king had his friends with him and his guards with him. You'd think that maybe they would have taken care of it before, especially since the guy's saying these guys are going to turn on you. You would think they would, I don't know, take that guy out, but they didn't. So I wonder if that guy himself was a delusion. Either way, Charles suddenly didn't recognize his own men. It just something flipped in him and he went right back into his delusions. At that point, he starts to really, really change. And this is where he begins to develop the glass delusion. In Charles' case, and the reason he's so famous for this is that, well, first of all, he was, the French king, and obviously that's going to have some hype, but it's because he's one of the only examples that I've found and that I think is in recorded history where not just one part of him was glass, he believed his entire body was made of glass. Like, top to bottom, everything about him he believed was made of glass. Out of nowhere. Like, he didn't think this beforehand. Again, he had like 6 kids. He obviously was intimate. But as soon as the glass illusion kicked in, he started to keep really far away from everybody. He didn't want anybody to touch him. He became so paranoid that, like, he had special clothes made for him that were reinforced with steel and iron rods, or, well, not steel, but iron rods. And they would, like, protect him. Like, he basically made himself a wearable birdcage where he was the parakeet. Like, he would walk around with, like, these clothes on these iron rods in the hopes that they would protect his fragile glass body. I question the logic there because I feel like, I don't know, feathers would probably have been a better choice if you're trying to keep something that's glass from breaking. But I don't know. I guess logic was already no longer at the party. And so he demanded that he may have these special clothes made, and he wore them all the time. He would sit in a dark room completely alone and not let anybody go near him and just sit very still for hours in his, like, cage thing that he wore. He was particularly worried about his ass, like a lot. Like, he talked about it because he felt, for whatever reason, that, like, the most fragile glass, I guess, was in his ass, and or was his ass. Sorry, his ass was made of this fragile glass. He would strap pillows to his butt so that it was extra cushy and protected. And that's Charles. Charles never got better, unfortunately, and he lived the rest of his days believing 100% that he was made of glass. He is sometimes known as the Glass King. So he's been Charles the Beloved, Charles the Sixth, Charles the Mad King, and the Glass King. So that is Charles for the 1300s. He dies in about 1322. The glass delusion kind of takes a backseat up until about the 15 to 1600s. Now we're going to intro the anonymous nobleman, one of which may or may not have been Philip II of Spain. It's not clear. Allegedly, it was him, but that one's up for debate. Either way, basically, at the end of the 16th century to early 17th century, there were these 2 physicians. Now, these guys lived in different countries. So one lived in Spain, one lived in France. But since they treated their, like, respective royal families, they sort of traveled in, like, the same bougie-ass circles. And apparently they were actually friends. Now, the Spanish doctor was called in to treat someone one day. Again, maybe Philip II, maybe not. And this guy was kind of an odd case he'd never seen before. He was perfectly healthy and actually pretty social, except for one thing, like one teeny tiny little quirk. He wouldn't leave his bed because he thought he was a glass vase. Like a vase. Like a vase that you put flowers in. Thought he was a vase. He was absolutely convinced. And so while he did entertain his guests, he would only do so from, like, a straw bed, which is a choice and sort of a dumb one, because this particular doctor was having, like, none of this shit. After a couple of failed attempts at reasoning with Lord Vase over there, he'd had enough, and he lit the fucking straw on fire and noped out. He walked out the door and closed it behind him, with the vase guy still on the straw bed. Takes almost zero time. All of a sudden, they start hearing, like, these pounding on the door, and it's just bam, 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 bam. Let me out, you know, please, I beg of you, blah, blah, blah. So the doctor waits, like, a quick sec, and then he opens the door, and he's like, well? And the guy's like, dude, you, like, almost lit me on fire. What the fuck? And the doctor's like, yeah, I get that, but how'd you let me know you wanted out? Was it knocking? Was it the knocking? Was it banging your fists against the door and knocking? And he's like, yeah. He's like, all right, so you're not made of glass, because wouldn't you have shattered since you knocked? And then the guy's like, oh yeah, good point. And supposedly, like, according to legend and history, that solved the problem. Or at least it solved the problem of him talking to the doctor about thinking he was a vase. I don't know. I don't know if you come back from thinking you're a vase, like, that quickly. Although, like, I've had a near-death situation in my life. It's pretty traumatizing. Do I know that it necessarily fixed other maladies of mine? Not necessarily, but the logical thread was there. I don't know. I kind of feel like delusions and logic don't really go hand in hand. And like if you're starting to have these delusions, the logical thread doesn't really exist as much for you, but maybe it was fixed. I certainly hope so, because that is traumatic shit. But, apparently it worked. Meanwhile, his buddy, also treating this anonymous noble person, and in this guy's case, he believed that his ass was made of glass. And I guess these guys were, the physicians were friends for a reason, because he also gave 0 fucks, like 0 metric fucks, and was like, fine, you won't listen to me? Fuck this, I'm done. And he bent the guy, like this grown man, over his knee, and he spanked him repeatedly. And the dude was pissed about it. And he's like, yeah, I get that it stings, but you know what didn't happen? You didn't shatter. And supposedly, through yet another beautiful example of trauma as medicine, the guy apparently saw his point and was like, all right, fine, I'm not made of glass. Again, we don't really know if these people were cured. We just know that the doctors said they were cured and they had 0 bedside manner. So that is the story of the 2 anonymous noblemen in France and Spain that apparently had glass delusion almost at the same time. Also around that time, there was a French nobleman named Nicole Duplessis. He was a wealthy, high-born nobleman, and he was even related to Cardinal Richelieu. He was a cardinal at the time that had a ton of influence over the French throne. So this is a very high-born, very powerful family, and Plessis was in that space. He was another poor soul, unfortunately, who was particularly concerned about having a fragile little posterior. Like Chuck VI, he wore pillows on his butt, and he had specially made clothes that were designed to keep him from shattering. There is no record on whether or not he was spanked, but there's also no indication that he ever changed his tune or got better. So again, causation, who knows? Maybe a spanking would have helped. Far be it for me to kink shame. But yeah, so that would be Nicole Duplessis. That then brings us all the way up to about the 1800s. Now, in amongst this period, there were people who allegedly were put in asylums for glass delusion, but there weren't really good records at the time of them unless they were noblemen, and we more or less see like rumors about it. I will say that at the time, there were numerous works of fiction throughout the 1300s and on about glass delusion. So this wasn't something that was like a very heavily held secret. It's just something that kind of went away. The public certainly knew it existed. So much so that Miguel de Cervantes, the guy who wrote Don Quixote, actually wrote a book called The Glass Graduate. And in The Glass Graduate, you have his main character, which is Tomas. And Tomas wants to be a lawyer. He's a peasant, but he wants to be a lawyer. And unfortunately for Tomas, he is apparently irresistible because some crazy bitch sneaks him an aphrodisiac to get him to like be hot for her, basically. Unfortunately, it backfires because it doesn't work as an aphrodisiac. She gives him the wrong shit. And instead, he just starts having these delusions that he is made of glass. Again, this is a work of fiction by Cervantes. It is not a real story, but it certainly echoes all of the examples we've seen. He never does get better. He becomes a laughingstock. He ends up going to war and dying in battle because, the author of Don Quixote is not going to give him a happy ending. So just so we keep in mind, this is something that was like part of what you could consider their pop culture throughout the centuries as well. This is not something that was a heavily guarded secret. It was just, not as many peasants had it. I will say that as glass seemed to become more and more common, you do start to see signs of people, like I said, in asylums that may have had it that were not noble, but they're just not very notable, and so we don't know a lot about them. Now, this brings us, like I said, into the 1800s in Bavaria, where we have King Ludwig's daughter, Alexandra. Just to start off, know that old Ludwig the First was kind of an ass, and among his many fatal flaws, including rampant misogyny, was that he, like so many other jewel-adoring jackasses surrounded by yes-men, couldn't keep it in his pants. He had many extramarital affairs. This led to huge scandals, especially his affair with his mistress Lola, who, by the way, when he first met her in public, asked if her tits were real, just to give you an idea of the kind of guy we're dealing with. Basically, he has all these crazy extramarital affairs. He causes all these scandals. He ends up abdicating from the throne. And in the throes of this, like, it affects his kids significantly, of which he has many. We will actually get into like a whole episode on his son, Ludwig II. But for now, let's look at his fifth daughter, Alexandra, who he already generally described as like unwell, especially mentally unwell. She was temperamental. She had a couple of issues psychologically. And while she was apparently very beautiful and in all of her portraits looked stunning and had many men seeking her hand in marriage, Ludwig would like kind of warn them like, hey, I get it and I love her, but like she cray. Like that's like he would basically cockblock his kid. At some point in 1840, while Ludwig is having all of his scandals and he leaves the throne and the family's going through all of this stress and all of this craziness, when Alexandra is about 23 years old, her parents look over and notice that she's like acting weird, but even for her, which apparently was already pretty weird. More specifically, they see her walking through doorways, but she's like pausing and kind of assessing, and she's sort of turning and walking sideways through the doors. And they're like, what the hell is this? What is she doing now? Just to be specific and not to be insensitive to various body types, for the record, Alexandra was a thin girl. She wasn't heavy set by any stretch. There was no reason for her to be kind of shifting through narrow corridors, but she suddenly was doing this despite the fact that she had plenty of room. And when they cornered her and they were like, hey, what the hell are you doing? She announced very matter-of-factly, for the first time in her life, that when she was a child, she had swallowed a grand piano made of glass. I don't know where she found a grand piano made of glass. I don't know where in her body a grand piano was fitting, but she believed that she swallowed a grand piano in childhood made of glass, and all of the sudden was very concerned that if she bumped against the door frames, that the glass piano would shatter and cut up her organs. And you could not convince her otherwise. Nobody knows where this came from. It was just something she came up with at 23, or maybe secretly believed the whole time and decided to be more proactive about it at 23. Either way, I do think it's very interesting that like King Charles VI got this issue around like 24 years old, and now she, 500 years later, having the exact situation happen to her at 23. And both are under like crazy amounts of stress. If you look back to your 20s, like they are kind of a shit show. But fortunately, I don't know about any of you, I did not ever believe that I swallowed a glass piano. This poor girl did. She was eventually sent to a nunnery, but she actually has a very positive story that spins out of this because Alexandra was brilliant. She ended up becoming an author. And you can look up a number of books and short stories that she wrote over the years. Like she was a professional published author throughout her whole life. She never got married, but she dedicated herself to her craft. And she's actually a really interesting character. I don't necessarily know if she fits for this channel, but I do have plans for another one where I think that she'd be just like the perfect candidate. So stay tuned for that coming up probably in the next year. Similar to this, by the way, we have Tchaikovsky. So Tchaikovsky, obviously brilliant composer, but he was a little neurotic. Allegedly, he might have had glass delusion. Some people say he did, some people say he didn't. So I'm going to include him in this, even though like that one's not verified. But he did have this weird paranoia that his head was going to fall off. Like he was worried his head would just right on off. So he would wear these crazy high collars to like, not to be fashionable, but to keep his head on his neck, which is so dark. And that poor little lamb was trying to conduct and keep his head straight the whole time. Eventually, he must have gotten over it because he would not have been the incredible composer that he was had he never been able to like move, I feel. Or at least he learned to live with it. I don't know. But yeah, Tchaikovsky for the longest time tried to conduct very stiffly because he was so afraid that like his head would just pop right off his neck. No idea where he got that from. It was something he suffered with. But he was also a genius and gave us the 1812 overture. So, you know, we don't really see anything with the glass delusion popping up in any severe or at least famous way up until you get to the 1920s. For those of you that watched our Princess Alice of Greece and Denmark episode, you might recall that her husband, Prince Andrea, was tried for treason after the catastrophic Asia Minor campaign. Now, one of the artillery officers at the time was a man named, and bear with me, I'm going to try to do this properly, Giorgio Hastianestis. Even though I am Greek, I cannot pronounce that worth a damn. So Georgios Hastianestis, let's call him Georgie, just because I need to simplify things for me. I don't mean to be disrespectful to the Greek community. I just personally will continue to butcher this name. So Georgie. So Georgie was an artillery officer. He's very experienced at what he did. But during the Asia Minor campaign, he was under a lot of stress, which seems to be a trigger. And this poor little lamb, out of nowhere, with no lead up, no signs of any problem before, poor Georgie becomes frozen in the battlefield. Completely frozen. And he announces that his legs are made of glass and won't move. He genuinely believed it. It was a momentary bout of glass delusion. It's also, aside from those allegedly cured guys that got spanked and lit on fire, it is the only example I have seen where they for sure got out of it. Alexandra might have gotten out of it a little bit because she did move on with her life. But poor Georgie only had it for like a minute, and it was at like the worst possible fucking minute. Unfortunately, like I said, the Asia Minor campaign goes to shit. Everybody gets in trouble, and it culminates into what is known as the Trial of the Six. Prince Andrea is found guilty of treason, and so is Georgie. Unfortunately for Georgie, he did not have the connections that Prince Andrea did. Prince Andrea gets rescued by King George at the time as a show of solidarity for the crown, and he runs off and does a whole bunch of dumb shit, honestly. Watch the episode if you want to know more about Prince Andrea and his charming ways. But back to Georgie. Unfortunately, Georgie does not have his connections. He does end up being found guilty, and he is killed by fire and in court-martial. It's the only one that I've seen of glass delusion where like the dude was punished for it, although like the worst possible conceivable way to get glass delusion, and you know, war is a tricky thing. So that was Georgie, and that is the end of the pretty well-known cases of glass delusion. It kind of falls off after that. There are a number of theories on why it doesn't occur anymore. It obviously wasn't super popular into the like 20th century. Basically, to my knowledge, doesn't really exist now. In the 1960s and 70s, there were some psychiatrists that allegedly had a patient who had it briefly, but then they cured them. But that also could just be them like hyping themselves up. I'm not really sure. They seem very vague about the circumstances, although that also could be doctor-patient, confidentiality. I don't really know, but we haven't had any verified cases in basically since the 1920s. Georgie's the last one that I could find. So yeah, those are insane situations where people have clung to this delusion for dear life, as most people with delusions do. Mental health is such a tricky thing because it's based on so many factors. It's based on your hereditary background. It's based on what's going on around you, like what kind of stress you're under. It's based on your actual physical health. There are so many factors that go into it, along with your learned experiences. Like if there's anything, I have mild PTSD from the near-death experience I described earlier on in the show, and I experienced it. It involved a river, and I was in a river last weekend, and I experienced it all over again because your brain creates these snapshots, and you do live them in different ways throughout your life. And you can get help for it, you can get therapy for it, but back then especially, that wasn't as common. And again, for most of these stories, it was back when they thought that like mental illness meant demonic possession, so they probably weren't too keen on it, or at least not super helpful. I will also say that glass has sort of lost its luster. Like it's not considered a prized possession anymore. It's pretty commonplace. It's also not as fragile as it used to be. I mean, yeah, look, if I dropped this, it would break and I would be very sad. But, the hurricane windows next to me are nowhere near as fragile. And I think that there's something about like our interpretation of the sturdiness of glass that probably has helped a little bit. But I also think it's just advances in modern medicine, technology, and mental health. And also, people are running PR for royals now more than they ever did before. So I'm sure that, even if it did creep up, we probably wouldn't know about it right away. I can imagine the crown just hiding the shit out of that, like they do a lot of things. But yeah, that's the glass delusion. I really hope that you enjoyed the show. If you guys are interested in more unusual episodes like this one, like this was more of a compilation episode, we wanted to try it out and see how we liked it. Let me know if you like it. We can definitely do more of them. We have a couple on our list already. Also, if there are any famous figures that you would like to see covered that are privileged, look like they lead perfect gold-gilded lives, but it turns out that behind the scenes, their lives are absolutely just spiraling out of control for some reason, drop it in the comments. Let us know. We would love to hear from you, and we will cover as many of them as possible. If you are a fan of the show, please like and subscribe. We appreciate it. Again, comment, let us know what you think. Let us know what you think of glass delusion. Do you think it's something that could creep up again? Do you think that there is a modern day version of that? What are we surrounded now? Like we had pottery, we had glass. In the past, people also had cork and lead delusions where they believed that they were light as cork or heavy as lead. What kinds of delusions do you think are based on our modern day surroundings? I personally think that a modern version of this could be the TikTok and Snapchat filter dysmorphia that is now creeping up, where people are so used to their filters that they disassociate with how they actually look. And some kids are even asking to have kids and adults, actually. And let's not blame the kids. The adults do this too, where they are actually having more plastic surgery than ever, specifically to look like some of the filters. And I look like this. I'm content looking like this, but I've played with those filters and they are lovely. But I can imagine growing up with filters all the time, and the normalization of those filters can probably fuck with your head. So I'm interested to know if you guys think that maybe that's the new glass delusion. I'd be interested to find out. So again, like and subscribe. Follow us on Facebook at Crown Gilded and Screwed. You can also find us on TikTok at Crown Gilded and Screwed. My personal TikTok is Karita May. You can find me on Facebook at Karamea Adamo, and we have our production company has an Instagram called Maeward Productions. Thank you so much, and we will see you next time.